old baggy fern pen. My mother was born in 78 in the gay old pen. Like children we'd sing in the foggy fern bend. How I wish I was in foggy fern bend now.
Oh, don't we?
178 degrees. How I wish it was a foggy fern pen. With the temperature crawl up on my leg. You drinking enough water?
We've got Ethan on vocals here.
Need more fog. Fog bell.
Fog does sound really good right now.
Celtic hour.
Oh yeah.
And let's see.
Not the only one.
Have I done any international digs? I've not yet, Data 500. Not yet.
Problem is, they might not let them back in the country.
Shoot, I don't bite, and this doesn't either. It's an herbivore. So yeah, just gonna grab the mic like that. Huh. Yeah. You want to grow up to be Mini Pie? Funny, because you're about the same age. Yeah. He says, look at me. I am the streamer now. I am the streamer now. Aw, sweetie pie. Never happens.
And here we have one of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gift of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Holy cow! Twitch! Thank you so much! I don't know what to say. Thank you. Santa dropping by. Merry Fishmas. Twitch. Holy cow. I'm gonna put this on. Thank you. Twitch. I don't know what to say. Thank you for that extraordinary generosity there. There's 100 people who won't have to watch a single ad for the next month. Every time I hear this song, I think of him. So this goes out to you, Grandpa. Mele-kaliki-maka is the thing to say on this bright Hawaiian Christmas day. That's the island greeting that we send to you from the land where palm trees sway. Here we know that Christmas will be green and bright. The sun will shine by day and all the stars at night. Mele-kaliki-maka is Hawaii's way to say Merry Christmas to you. Peckers are so funny. Great spotted woodpecker. A blue tit, nice. Neverwinter's got a wood thrush. Holy cow. Look at this. some serious cleavage going on there. Yeah. So accoutrement are additional items of dress or equipment or other items carried or worn by a person or used for a particular activity. So yeah, miscellanea is a broader term than accoutrement.
Accoutrement.
What? That's not how you pronounce that.
Accoutrement.
Accoutrements. I'll use accoutrements.
Accoutrement.
No, that's wrong. This is, I've never heard it pronounced like that. It's wrong. This is incorrect. Incorrect.
Accoutrement. Accoutrement.
No. And then who in the chat can tell me what this is right here? What's become the official term published in the literature for this array of tail spikes there? Anybody tell me? Yeah, there you go, Jim. The thagomizer. This array of tail spikes, most likely used for defense. we actually have a number of theropod dinosaurs with like really grievous injuries to certain bones in their bodies. And those at least seem to match up with those wickedly long spikes there. Pretty cool. Yeah. And we've got a hype train going. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate the support. And there you go, yeah. Little Alverasaur with little... Oh, no. It is like the Ios Bashful emote. Yep. We get a big collective paleo salute for Claire Burr. Let's get those going in the chat. Thank you very much, Claire. It's a big deal. We love calamari. Yes, indeed. Yeah, calamari Dunbury, right? Wolothobo? And applause, yes. Thank you, Claire. Dinosaurs can be thought of as almost like a gateway drug into the sciences. They're often children's first introduction to the concept of science because dinosaurs are inherently very scientific creatures. We can't go outside and observe them today unless we're talking about avian dinosaurs, unless we're talking about birds. But if we're talking about non-bird dinosaurs, you can't understand dinosaurs without understanding science. The reason we know anything at all about dinosaurs that lived during the Mesozoic is because of science, because of concerted scientific work. Excavating those fossils, cleaning them, preparing them, studying them, publishing on them. These are all scientific processes. You can't go and see a Stegosaurus in a zoo. And if you want to understand Stegosaurus, if you're interested in that animal, that requires a certain kind of scientific mindset. Shopkeep, like they stock shelves at a store, or they have like a separate teaching job, or other things like that. Like it's often very difficult to make ends meet as a paleontologist, even if you manage to get a paying job, and there are fewer and fewer paying jobs nowadays. Most of academia is like this. It's not good. I'm incredibly lucky to be able to make my living doing science outreach full-time, you know? We can get 2 birds stoned at once, or maybe even more than that. Actually, way more than that. Doing outreach, and fieldwork, and research, all at the same time, you know? Being able to fund the rest of my work through outreach is in such a fortunate position, and I'm incredibly grateful, and I try to never forget that, you know? It's so easy to get jaded as an academic, and you gotta fight that as much as you can, as much as is possible. Growth and development over an organism's individual lifespan? That's not evolution, that's...
ontogeny.
Ontogeny, yeah. Evolution happens between generations. The changes that happen during an animal's lifetime is...
ontogeny.
Yeah. During what period did dinosaurs evolve into government-drone birds? It would have been about 160 million years before the formation of the world's first government. So, yeah, that would have been during the probably Middle Jurassic. Which, oh shoot, if you think about it. If birds are government drones, but birds evolved 160 million years before the very first governments came into existence, then that would mean that birds are responsible for governments because they predate them? Oh shoot, we're through the looking glass here, people. Oh boy. Governments are bird drones. There you go, Charlie's. Oh, there you go, sweetie. Don't take the... She's running away with the fur that I... Don't eat that, hey.
Oh, and that is cool looking there.
It's like a big monster.
It's like a sauropod, just...
Right? A little bit of Jurassic Park music.
Here it comes, yeah. Guys, we did have some tracks up here, didn't we? Let's take a look at some.
Oh yeah, we've got our beautiful, beautiful little baby theropod footprint right up here. So you might be picturing like picture perfect, you know, dinosaur tracks like you might see in a book or in a documentary. These are going to be a little bit more splodgy than that.
The lighting's pretty bad too, but here's a medium or small sized theropod dinosaur.
There we go. Yeah.
Toe.
Very nice, right there. Just like that.
I think this might be another one, but it's tentative.
It does kind of look like that, yeah.
Missing a toe here.
These are positive, so what you're seeing is like basically the mud that filled these tracks in. It's convex rather than concave, if that makes sense. So yeah.
This one's pretty sweet too. It's tiny guy.
Yeah, this one is beautiful. Take a look at that, just gorgeous. So there's the heel right there. And there's 1, 2, 3 toes. Guessing this is probably the right foot. That one looks pretty short. It's probably digit 1, or rather digit 2, digit 3, digit 4, and then digit 1 is a little hallux that would be up there. But take a look at that, beautiful. And these are what, probably 140 million years old? Yeah, like the very beginning of the Cretaceous period here in Utah. Yeah, pretty awesome. Anyway, and SB says, is there a reason why you couldn't just plop a big tent on the site and work all year round? Funding? Funding, yeah. We have, I guess, a few $100s for food here, and that's basically our budget. Yeah, Ethan and Don and Jim, they're getting paid out here. I'm getting paid, I guess, through Twitch, through these live streams. But no, I'm volunteering here. I don't get paid to do this. So we've got a few $100, I guess, for fuel and for food, and that's it. Yeah. It's kind of ridiculous, you know. Dinosaurs are big business for Hollywood, for video games, for toy manufacturers, for everything else. But the people who dig up the dinosaurs, we don't see any of that money. Yeah. Anyway, we guessed hyena, and Metazoa says, nope, not a hyena. Best I can do for you today is amniota. I don't know. Archaeologists, from my understanding at least, tend to dig in like very neat squares, like with right angles and like straight edges, and like we don't have time for that kind of thing. Like in paleontology, when we're digging up dinosaurs, like nobody got time for that.
And weigh as much as 145 metric.
Yeah, rawr, blue whales, they're big. They're essentially weightless because they live in the ocean, you know? Whales cheat.
Tons, more than twice as heavy as the most.
Some vertebrae that are very clearly from a theropod dinosaur, and they look different enough from all other theropods that they decided to give it a new name. It's that simple. Yeah, through careful comparison with the vertebrae of other theropod dinosaurs, these authors concluded that it's something new. So yeah, and again, this is kind of a hypothesis. It could very well be demonstrated that they were incorrect about that. We'll have to see. I guess time will tell. Yeah, we just kind of take it slow and work as a team and try and get it back to an area where we can get it into the truck, and then luckily we've got a storage spot in town where we can put it so it's nice and safe. And then eventually we'll have some crew members probably rent a big box truck and drive it from here in Wyoming all the way up to Ohio, where these fossils are going to end up. At the Cincinnati Museum Center is the final home of these fossils, where they can be cleaned, prepared, studied, photographed, illustrated, published, and then some of the prettier ones might even go on display, which would be really cool for the general public to be able to enjoy these firsthand. So that's what we're out here doing. That's what this is all about. Deserves some even more enthusiasm. That's so neat. Wow, let me see if I can match the pose. Dino news. Somebody clip that. Dino news. Dino news. That is so cool. I don't even know what to say. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Nice. What do you think? I figured we'd spend part of this stream decorating it today. So let's get started. I don't know how long this is going to take. Here. I think that's, I don't know about you, but I'm wiped after that. There we go. Merry Christmas, everybody. Luffy has figured out how to remove screws from his cage. I may be in trouble. Uh-oh. He's testing the fences for weaknesses, so to speak. They remember.
Our working hypothesis was that some people may hate crunchy, but there's no one on the earth who would say no to...
Right, because what is crunchy peanut butter but just creamy with
chunks, right?
Chunks in it.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. If you wanted the chunkiest of peanut butter, you'd just get a bag of peanuts, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the mix.
Yeah, you like to mix it?
I like the chunk. I like
okay.
the chunk.
Yeah.
But I
can respect that.
I like Jif.
Jif is your favorite?
Jif creamy. Yeah.
Okay,
Textures.
that's what we got,
Chewing
I think.
is nice.
So yeah.
Chewing is a pleasant sensation.
It can be. Yeah. As opposed to drinking your peanut butter sandwich?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing we take for granted.
Yeah.
The organic kind.
Oh yeah, where you've got to mix it every time? Yeah.
Some of the...
And shade tarps, worth the effort or no?
As Bob famously said, and I do completely agree, it's like even a fool deserves to be comfortable. And, you know, I can proudly say I got the Royal Ontario Museum using shade tarps because they, you know, there was a mindset before in some of the Canadian crews like, did you ever see the Sternbergs using shade tarps? I was like, well, they probably, you know, defecated under a tree. So, you know, we don't do that either. So.
Fair, yeah.
Yes, well, there we go. Modeling for us. Thank you, Josh. The top copper tone girl. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
And Self Universe says, when you were a child, did you want to grow up to dig out exciting things?
Thanks for helping me out there, Danny.
Oh, yeah.
This is my dream job as a child.
Let you run around a little bit. Now flip over there.
Get some energy in here. Like worldview on a foundation of sand, you know? Like, if all of your faith is tied to this idea that the Earth is less than 10,000 years old, you're setting yourself up for failure. Because we know for a fact that is not the case. So, yeah, it's a losing proposition. Like, don't sabotage yourself like that. Oh boy. Anyhow. Yeah. And, Waffle House is the stuff on the wall.
You're not doing
Pretty big animal here.
That's what paleontologists.
Let's see if I can get up here. There we are.
I'm taller than Lordy for once.
Yeah, there we are. Pretty cool. Yeah. Very, very neat. Yeah. And Corpse Smoothie says, my daughter won't stop asking how many dinosaurs you've dug up. You mean so far this summer? 0. We're just starting our work out here. But over the course of my career, I've dug up, shoot, I don't know how many individual dinosaurs. Probably close to 100? I don't know. I've dug up a lot of different dinosaurs in the past. I've been digging dinosaurs since 2011. So, yeah, if that was only 10 dinosaurs a year, that would be over 100. Some years it's definitely been more than 10, though. So, yeah.
Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take it just because you can. And I could easily understand how you could easily take my grant, but you don't know what it means to me, Jolene. And you could have your choice of dough, but I could never get funds on so short notice, is my only hope, Jolene. Now I had to have this talk with you. My research goals depend on you and whatever you decide to do, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene.
To biologists and paleontologists, this creature was a very old and
Wait, hang on a second. Biologists here, and this is what a paleontologist looks like? Really? Do I look like that, chat? I don't know. Maybe I do. Anyway, you didn't want to say anything, Moosey Fate? Yeah. Well, hello, everybody. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Monday, one and all. I hope you all had an excellent weekend. It's good to have you here. After our surprise stream on Friday, it's good to be back in the office, I guess. We might be doing some more IRL streams soon as we get ready for our big trip to Florida. Next Wednesday is when I leave. But anyway, yeah. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's anyone's very first time, welcome. Let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about dinosaurs in particular, because dinosaurs happen to be what I focus on as a paleontologist. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. I want to make that very clear. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general. It's kind of the study of natural history any older than like a few million years ago. Even further into the present in many cases, but yeah. Paleontology is the study of fossils, the preserved remains of ancient living things. Everything from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales, fossil ferns to fossil frogs, and every creature, literally every creature in between. But I happen to work mostly on dinosaurs, so there might be a lot of dinosaur talk today. And that's okay, because people love dinosaurs. Even Sweetie Pie loves dinosaurs. She's checking out our Maiasaur right there. How you doing, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Maiasaur. Yesterday was Mother's Day. I hope those of you who celebrate, if you are a mother or have met a mother or were born of a mother or are familiar with the concept of motherhood, I hope you had an excellent Mother's Day. And I'm glad you're here. Sweetie Pie, you're just... She's quite intent to be on camera right now. Anyhow. Yeah. Stop it. Hey. Don't meow at me. What? What? You don't even pay attention to me until I start the stream. What are you grousing at me about? Huh? Anywho, whether we're here in my office in the San Francisco Bay Area, or whether we're out in the field digging up dinosaurs, like I'll be doing in Wyoming in just a few weeks now, or whether I'm out in Florida working with marine turtles, the whole point of these streams is to try and give you an inside peek into how paleontology works and how science works more broadly. Today, we're going to have what's the opposite of a focus? We're going to be broadening out a bit to talk about natural history in general. It happened to have been the 100th birthday of David Attenborough on Friday, so we'll be talking about him and his legacy, which is ongoing, So lucky to still be able to share this planet with him. We'll be talking about some fossil news and then whatever you at home happen to be curious about. Given that these are live interactive broadcasts, our bread and butter here is your questions and comments and remarks. This isn't supposed to be something stodgy and stuffy like a lecture or something like that. This is supposed to be interactive, a conversation. It's the beauty of Twitch, so whatever questions you've got, don't be shy about them. It's good to have you. Yeah. And it's good to have you here as well, Sweetie Pie. Even if you're stealing the spotlight as usual. Anyway, let's see who else we've got here in the chat right at the beginning. I had to restart OBS. We lost the top of chat already, but I've got Claire Burr. Howdy, howdy, Claire. Chaotic Time Traveler. What's shaking? Maxwell Paxton. Howdy, howdy. Little Pink Pony. How are things with you? Hope you had a good weekend. Tommy Ploticus. Hello, hello to you. Glad you're here. Void Mug. Welcome back. Good to see you. Missy Terry says hi. Hello to you, Missy Terry. I don't think I've seen that name here before in the chat. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. Wolfie was having fun with a Q-tip box full of cardboard chunks. Very nice, Chaotic Time Traveler. It does sound like a good time. Huh. Hi, Miss Coggins. Hey to you too. I'm glad you're here. Marcy Walks Dogs. Crafty mending of some clothing. Nice. Reduce, reuse, recycle, repair. The 4 R's. That's pretty cool, Marcy Walks Dogs. I also prefer to mend things rather than buy new ones whenever I get the chance. Here, case in point, let me show you this. Here, I charged this during my stream, which is why you don't normally see it, but these are some headphones. Check these out, Sweetie Pie. Yeah, I got these back in probably 2017, 28, no, would have been 2018, 2019, something like that. And they were like $15, these headphones. They're the best Bluetooth headphones I've ever owned. There's some, like, no brand name Chinese manufacturing thing. And the battery life, they extend, like, well over 100 hours. That is the best sound quality that I've ever heard in a pair of headphones. And I've tried on some really fancy headphones. This is better than those, I kid you not. The range on them is incredible. Where, like, I could be 100 feet away from the Bluetooth transmitter and this will still work. And the only thing is the plastic is really cheap. And so they kept snapping here. And so I've like epoxied on some binder clips to hold it all together. I'm going to keep this thing going for as long as I possibly can because these are the best headphones I've ever had. And they're also some of the cheapest. And they still work, you know? And you can't find them anymore. I did buy a second replacement pair. It was like $60. If I can wait several years before having to open that up, before finally having to retire these, I will. It seems like consumer products just always just get worse and worse and worse. Hold on to what you've got. Fix it for as long as you can. Don't give them your money, you know? This is the opposite of what someone is supposed to be saying on an online platform like this, but I don't care, you know? Do what's good for you, not what's good for companies. Anywho, yeah. Let me continue going through the chat. And let me plug this back in because I do like to charge them during this stream. So they never ever run out of battery. There we go. What is this? Cherryaki, thank you for the gift sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Super.
Cherryaki gifted I_Cherryaki a subscription.
Thank you, Cherryaki. Oh, and I'll see you later, Sweetie Pie. Missy Terry says, when I was a child, I went to one of the multiple museums in Hamburg in Germany.
Utah raptor is the most dangerous dinosaur around.
And thank you, Chaotic Time Traveler, for the 33 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you. Good to have you here. Missy Terry says, when I went to one of the multiple museums in Hamburg, there were a set of stones ready for kids. When I joined the other kids, I got one of the stones and picked an ammonite out of it. It was my first time of paleontologizing. That's lovely. That's very cool, Missy Terry. That's awesome. That also reminds me, I should get rid of that channel points reward because it was supposed to be special for Thursday. There we go. Let me disable that real quick. There we go. But I appreciate you sharing, Missy Theory. Thank you, thank you. Good to have you here. Let's see. And Ken says, I look forward to seeing you. You too, Ken. Shoot, Ken, are you going to be out there right at the beginning of the field season? Are you going to be out there on like the 15th? I have some mild regrets that this is my first time being out there in Wyoming and I won't be there as the season opens. I won't be there to help set up camp and everything. I'll be a Danny come lately, showing up after 2 weeks of field work. But I'm heading to Florida next week to see these incredible creatures. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Kim XY, howdy howdy, no Barum. Is IRL? I don't know what you mean, no Barum. I did an IRL stream on Friday. Yeah. And Celestial Twitching, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Gav1816, Puggo Wuggo, Crimson Carnotaurus. And I did not see that, Kennedy, no. They make a David Attenborough out of Legos. Yeah. And Marcy Walks Dog says, heck yeah, I'm fixing a pair of $10 shorts if I'm messing up, oh well. There you go. Yeah. Well, that's how you learn, though. You mess things up a little bit, and you gain experience from that. And there is a certain kind of beauty in repaired objects. Absolutely. There's... What is the Japanese practice of repairing objects? Is it... There you go, yeah, kintsugi. Where if there's say a broken piece of ceramic work, like a bowl or something that shatters, you reassemble it, and you use a kind of glue that maybe has like gold mica in it, so it looks like gold. When it's done, it's even more beautiful than it was before. You know? There is something, I think, inherently appealing about an object that, you know, there's stories there. This isn't some just mass-produced piece of consumer goods. It's something that's had loving care and attention poured into it, and that makes it a thing of beauty. And there you go, Dirter Bust. Yes, I agree. Yeah. And it is pretty flat on the underside, Alexander. Yeah, I could show you later, but... Missy Terry, thank you for the 120 bits. I appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Kennedy says, Lego, in honor of David Attenborough, changed their boxes from ages 4 to 99 to read Legos 4 to 100 plus. I love that. Good for them. It always did seem a little ageist that centenarians couldn't play with Legos. Yeah. I wonder what the average life expectancy was in Europe when Legos were... Well, when they first made it 4 to 99, you know? Let's see... You were in all the museums when you were a kid? Very cool, Missy Terry. You're lucky to have a lot of premier museums in Germany.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, I often do, Tadboat. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. So in the... Forgive me if I butcher the pronunciation. The Musée for Naturkunde, the Natural History Museum in Berlin. There in Germany, you've got the world's largest fossil dinosaur skeleton mounted. So out of all of the dinosaur skeletons in the world that are actual bone, that are on display, mounted in a museum, standing upright as if in life, this is the largest one. This is Giraffatitan bronchi, previously Brachiosaurus bronchi. Pretty extraordinary thing. Also at that same museum, you've got the Berlin Archaeopteryx, which is a near legendary fossil specimen. We have a replica of it here in my office, a 3D print. I often break this out for Thursday Birds Day. But yeah, one of the most beautiful fossil specimens ever found. You've got it there at that same museum. And then there's a whole host of other museums in Germany. It's one of the cool things about that country. Special offers? I don't know what you mean, Claire. But we shouldn't be in the IRL category. It should be science and technology. I changed it in the Stream Manager earlier, right? It's taking forever to load. Yeah, we're in science and tech. What about IRL? You're confusing me. Yeah. And upstairs down, hello to you too. Welcome. Yeah. I didn't know that upstairs down. That's really neat. Here, we'll watch some David Attenborough stuff in a little bit. Yeah. Let's see. Turntable motor on your mic. Very nice, Kennedy. Yeah. And hello, Kaboom Cheese. What's shaking? Good to have you here. Anywho. Oh, indeed, Kennedy. Very, very cool. Twitch is doing special drops for IRL categories this week. Nothing to worry about. Folks were just saying if you were streaming in a... Oh, yeah. Hopefully I will be doing some IRL streams later this week. I'm currently paying for mobile data for when I go to Florida. You have to buy it in 1 month chunks. So I've already paid for that. It's quite expensive. So we'll be trying to take advantage of that. Yeah. Anyhow. And hang on. Murph Burful seems like they might need some clarification about something. Like they display the actual fossil and not a copy. Well, oh, yeah, so here's the thing. When you're at a museum, say you're visiting a natural history museum, and for the sake of this example, let's say that you're looking at some dinosaur specimens at this museum. Like here's a display at the Los Angeles Museum. NHMLA is what we call it. The majority of the time when you're in a museum, the dinosaur skeletons that you're seeing on display are replicas. They are exact cast copies of the real thing. But they're made out of plaster or resin or another material like that. And the actual fossil bones are either at a different museum or they're at the same museum in storage, in the collections. But sometimes you actually have the real thing on display. It's rare, but not that rare. And at some museums, a huge portion of what you're seeing is the real fossil bone. There's a number of reasons why we don't like to put the real fossil bone on display, and I'll go over those, but here, I'll show you part of a... Oh, that's not it. There we go. It had...
Has all the elements of a great story, a great American story, found by the Wonkles, ranchers in Montana. Took it to the Museum of the Rockies where it was identified. It turned out
I've
not
worked
just
with this
to be a
specimen
T-Rex,
before.
but a really scientifically important.
This is from the museum where I used to work.
Come here where it will be seen by more people than any other Tyrannosaurus has ever been seen.
On June 8th, Saturday, June 8th of 2019, we will open the doors to the public to the David H. Koch Hall of Fossils, Deep Time. Between now and then, we have dozens of crates to open, hundreds of bones to articulate.
And the water.
So these are casts here. This skeleton was not complete. Most dinosaur skeletons are not complete. So we will use casts from elements from other dinosaur skeletons to fill in the gaps and stuff. This is actually not the video I was trying to show you. Hang on. Yeah.
11. Over 100 years ago, we will dismantle the dinosaurs and other skeletons in the wing. We will begin conserving them. We will then take that room back to its bare original architecture. That hall will open in.
This is Kirk Johnson speaking here, who's a famous paleobotanist. He runs the Natural History Museum at the Smithsonian, so he's a big shot nowadays. Holy cow. I need to ask Ethan. In fact, maybe I'll ask him right now. But Kirk Johnson is going, I think, to be coming out to visit us. Hopefully he'll be there at the same time that I am. Maybe we can have him on stream. I think that would be really cool. Happen to know when or if Kirk Johnson will be coming out to We'll see what Ethan says. Anyway, that's Kirk Johnson there, so we might have him on stream. We'll see.
In 2019.
It's a huge number of people here. A decade at 5 million people, it's 50, 60 million people. We'll see this exhibit. That's 15% of the nation's population will be in this room.
That's nuts.
Arguably, this room is one of the most impactful science education spaces on the planet.
Yep,
although
important stuff.
we've disappointed a lot of people because we took dinosaurs away from kids, but we will be bringing them back with vigor.
And so, yeah, the Wonko Rex is a Tyrannosaurus specimen that I worked on briefly while I was at Museum of the Rockies. It was found on U.S. Army Corps of Engineers land around Fort Peck Lake in Montana. And, yeah, the museum that I worked at, Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana, they had a deal with the Smithsonian where, I don't know, I'm not super clear on the details. I've heard conflicting stories, but we ended up sending them a Tyrannosaurus specimen they could put on display in Washington, D.C., because they had a cast of one before. They had a cast of Stan, I think, a particular Tyrannosaurus specimen. They wanted a real one on display. So we said, great. But before it went to the Smithsonian, those actual fossil bones went here to Research Casting International in Canada. These people are some of the best in the world at doing what they do. I've met this guy at SVP.
It stops them dead in their tracks. What do you mean build dinosaurs?
Oh, and Ken says, my last final is the 14th. I fly to Denver the 15th. Nice. So I'll be getting there somewhere between the 18th and the 21st. Nice, Ken. Very nice. Well, good luck with your finals. Again, I'm going to be out in Florida working on these guys. I'll hopefully be showing up in Wyoming around the 1st or so. We'll see. But I'm excited to see you out there, Ken.
We've got the bend going up nicely. We were basically raising.
So right here, you've got the metal armature. This is how you can tell whether a skeleton on display in a museum is the real fossil bone or a cast replica or a 3D print or something like that. If there is a metal armature like this, if they've gone through the time and the headache and the expense to build a custom metal frame like this to hold the bones in place, then you know at least some of those bones are real. Here, they're building this and they're welding it and they're fussing around with it. They've got cast bones already here, and the metal rod is going straight through some of these. You can tell they're replicas. But you'll see later, they build these special firm but gentle holders to hold the fossil bones in place. You wouldn't do that with a replica bone. You just jam the rod straight through it, because who cares? It's a replica. But with the real fossil bones, you need what they call a fossil holder.
Using the tail 5 inches, so we bent the structural steel, and the reason why we did that.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. I will.
To keep it out of the
I'll
reach
tell
of
the
the
leatherbacks you said hi, Ken. Here we go. So you can see, they'll show you up close.
We have steel workers, we have blacksmiths.
There we go. So, metal armature, all of this is custom made of high quality materials. It is not cheap. So one of the reasons why we don't often put the real bones on display is oftentimes we don't have the budget for that, you know? Museums are kind of grievously underfunded in the United States, as they are in a lot of parts of the world. We usually don't have the money to be able to do this kind of complicated, time-consuming, expensive stuff. You know? But these are the actual vertebrae there. So these are that dinosaur's bones that were permineralized during the fossilization process, and they've lasted 66 million years, and here they are about to go on display in front of millions of people.
We have a lot of...
So that right there, this is what looks like a caudal chevron, I think. It's one of the bones that hangs down under the tail. Or no, actually, that might be a forelimb bone. That might be one of the arm bones. But this is a cast that the worker here is sanding down to make it nice and smooth, just like the real thing.
You know, we have artists, like a lot have an art background. We have conservators, preparators, mold makers. It's a huge feather in our cap, you know, like just to do this.
And there you go. So you can see everything in white is a replica. That is a real fossil bone right there. And see how it's got the holders around it? Holding that vertebral centrum in place.
You know, especially after a career of doing it.
And these are all real bone. Femur, two pubes, the ilia up here, these are all real. That's the real fossil bone.
You know, and working with major museums throughout the world.
This is going to come down.
So what we're thinking is release the tension on the tail and make it go more like this, more in a straight line. It's incredibly complicated and requires a number of different disciplines and expertise to put together an exhibit, and we work on it for years, assembling all of these different elements, and when you walk in the hall, all of that is invisible to you as a visitor.
In this particular...
Seiko-sama says, do they antique or patina the replica plaster to match the real fossils? It depends. Yeah, so like every museum does it differently, really. Even some museums do it differently between displays. So like the Yoshi's trike specimen that I helped dig up in 2011. Here's me with the skull there, around 2013 or so. It's back before I had a beard full time. I used to only grow a beard when I was in the field, and then I'd shave it off when I got back to civilization. But there's Yoshi's Triceratops there. There's the specimen mounted in the museum. And here, actually the whole thing is a cast. But there's cast bones in brown, and then sculpted bones in white. And they really wanted to have a stark difference between what's sculpted and what's cast. Some museums do this where they try to make it very obvious how much of it is reconstructed and how much of it is the genuine actual specimen. In this case, genuine means these are exact, the brown parts are casts, exact replicas. But anyway, sometimes they try and make it really obvious, and sometimes they don't. It's kind of a personal choice sort of thing. Does that make sense? Yeah.
For a project, the biggest challenge probably has been the interaction of the two animals. A T-Rex standing over a Triceratops.
These are great questions,
basically
baby.
right on
Yeah.
top of it, and to try and get the two skulls to line up, plus all of the other elements, and make it work was challenging in the fact
Exactly, Charlie's Dragon.
it's
Yeah.
just so much going on. The armature
This is such
that
a cool
holds
video.
the
Here's the armature. Yes. Yes. So this is what I always tell people. If you want to get involved in paleontology, you don't necessarily have to be a scientist. You don't necessarily have to have any formal training whatsoever in any scientific fields. If you want to work with fossils, if you want to help drive the science of paleontology forward, there's so many different ways that you can do that. If you have a background in metalworking or welding, there's so much work for you potentially in museums with this kind of thing. Like you could, if you're a welder and you want to like go work with fossils, go talk to Research Casting International. Maybe they'd hire you, you know? And then you get to work with some of the coolest fossil specimens in the world.
real fossil, which we call the fossil holder, has, some people call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them, but it usually consists of a piece of half round with pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely. It's got a high percentage of real fossil, but where you...
So you see right there, on, what is this, fibula right here? So you see all of the water putty in between. This is real fossil bone there, but there's cracks in between. So they filled that in with water putty. This is like our standard procedure at Museum of the Rockies. And I think before Research Casting International shipped this back to the Smithsonian, I think they painted over those cracks. They probably would have made that a little bit less stark. I know a lot of people who would visit the Museum of the Rockies for collections work. They go there to, paleontologists would visit, and they need to look at this specimen or that specimen for some work that they're doing. Sometimes they complain. They'd be like, this looks like trash, you know? Like the water putty, it's so distracting to look at. Couldn't you have picked a color that was closer? And you can, actually. You could just put pigment in. This is what I do for my 3D prints. If I'm filling in seams nowadays, is I'll, like I did that for this turtle here before I painted it. I had blue pigment inside of the water putty, so it wasn't a stark yellowish white. But anyway, I think if you're to go visit this specimen in the Smithsonian now, see it up on display, I don't think they'd have these. I think this has been painted over.
Where you see the white areas, those are generally cast materials that have been supplemented in. The ribs, there's white. And then, of course, all the cracks.
Cracks, yeah.
This skull will be a cast. The skull is the one part that's probably of greatest scientific interest.
Yep.
And so we want to make that accessible to scientific study. And if we position it like this, it's really going to make it impossible for a scientist to get at it.
And that actually is a huge thing. We're like, we were talking about the museum in Berlin earlier, with the Giraffe Titan, this giant brachiosaur here. This is difficult to study because the head is like 40 feet in the air. So if you want to look at those proximal cervical vertebrae, or no, they'd be distal cervicals, I guess, near the head. You got to get on a cherry picker and go up there and look at that. So yeah, well, we as paleontologists recognize the importance of having real fossil skeletons on display. People get a lot of value out of looking at the real thing when you can look at that and you go, this critter is 150 million years old. And now I get to see it. Not a replica, but the real thing. There is a real value in that, you know? It's important. But man, does it make a headache to study these things sometimes. Like, it's not ideal. So it's funny that Matt Carana here, he's like, yeah, the skull is a cast because we want the real skull available for scientific study. So I think the real skull is still on display. It's just in a case next to this skeletal mount. And then when paleontologists come and need to study the skull, they can take it out of the case
without much trouble. So anyway, yeah. Murph Burful says, which dinosaur has the biggest representation of specimens? You mean like the dinosaur with the most specimens that have ever been found? There's a few different ways I can answer that. This is more complicated than you might imagine. It might be somebody like, Confuciusornis, which I always spell incorrectly. This is a fossil bird from China. There are hundreds of these that are known. All from the same time and place, it seems. This is a cool critter. But there's so many of these guys known. And they're fairly small, but which is one of the reasons why they're easier to preserve, in the sense that, like, you can get the whole skeleton there. Some of these have these long tail feathers coming off. About half of them do, and about half of them don't. And we think that might be a male-female difference. It might be the males who have those and the females who don't. But anyway, Confuciusornis is probably... Yeah, after that, maybe Coelophysis, which I think is Ken's favorite dinosaur, right? This dinosaur here. There are hundreds of specimens of this critter known from Ghost Ranch in New Mexico. Good old Coelophysis. But yeah, there's literally just hundreds of them all jumbled up together. It's kind of extraordinary. Like, here you have a slab with two of them right there. Two complete skeletons. And then you've got these other ones that are just jumbled. So we've got a lot of Coelophysis, and there we go. That's the image I wanted to show you. Just a whole tangle of multiple individuals all preserved in the same place, and there's probably hundreds more still in there. Why they all died in the same place is it's an interesting question. They're still trying to figure that out. But, yeah. And apart from that, so with the Confuciusornis and with Coelophysis, these are two examples where they're all from the same place, essentially. Maybe there's a few other Coelophysis that are known from elsewhere in the US, but like 99% of them come from Ghost Ranch, as I understand it. And so it's one population. It's just, there they are. They all died in the same place. Same with the Confuciusornis. But here, I talked about this on Friday. For dinosaurs that are known from multiple places, lots of specimens from different regions, different states, different precise places in time, the dinosaur that takes the cake has got to be... It's got to be Triceratops. We've got Triceratops specimens from Montana, North and South Dakota, Wyoming, Colorado, Saskatchewan, possibly Alberta too. That's 7 different states or provinces, at least. And these are from different places in time as well. So like with Triceratops, those probably span about 1 million years. Which is really important because we might be able to watch these animals evolve over time. That's kind of the idea. If we've got hundreds of specimens of Triceratops, and we can pinpoint exactly where in time they come from, then we can watch them evolve over about 1 million years. Which is really, really cool. Triceratops is possibly the only dinosaur we can really do that for. It's the only dinosaur where we have enough specimens, and we have good enough data on when in time those specimens are from. If we pay very close attention to the stratigraphy, the rock layers, we can figure that out. And you can essentially, like I said, watch evolution take place. Oh, stop it. I don't want to. No. There we go. Yeah. So, for instance, their nasal horn seems to grow larger and larger. as we move up through about 1 million years of time through the Hell Creek Formation. Really cool. And yeah, Falcarius is another example, Ken. They're even more jumbled up, but yeah. Another reason why I always say Falcarius is a profoundly important dinosaur, and it doesn't get nearly enough attention from the general public. Like, that dinosaur deserves some love, pop culture-wise. Nobody knows about it, even though it's one of the most exciting dinosaurs we have. So yeah. Anywho, Shaki wants to know, are Triceratops special in that regard? Because of the volume of them, or because of how unique they are? Ooh, it's both. Shaki, that's a great question. Yeah. So Triceratops is really fascinating, in that there's a great degree of individual variation, and there is stratigraphic variation. And there is, here's the stratigraphic variation. So, like, over time, the species is evolving, we think. But then, during each of their individual lives, these creatures are also growing and changing. So, Museum of the Rockies has a phenomenal display here. Where you can look at a bunch of Triceratops specimens all lined up, and you see how dramatic those changes are as they grow. Here we go. Beautiful. And there is a controversial statement here, like, not everybody agrees that Torosaurus is a mature Triceratops. I suspect it probably is, but that's not the general consensus right now. But anyway, they change so much as they grow and develop. So they're changing during their individual lifetimes. The species is changing over about 1 million years too. And individuals just look different from one another as well. So you've got 3 major sources of variation. And we wouldn't know that if we didn't have so many specimens, you know? If we just had one, we'd have no idea. But, here. And hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Let me find that Emily Bamforth talk where she talks about a different kind of ceratopsid dinosaur, Pachyrhinosaurus. It used to be right at the top of the search results. What happened? YouTube is such... Your search is such trash. Mini Pie, stop. You're knocking stuff off the desk. Don't do that. What in the world? It used to be right here. It's not showing up anymore. Sorry, but there's a tremendous amount of variation between individuals. There we go. Goodness. Pulling teeth trying to find the right video.
Please, I think
Mini Pie's hitting the soundboard. Yeah.
hair color, different eye color, there might be different heights.
There we go.
Pachyrhinosaurus in a herd, different from another Pachyrhinosaurus in the same herd. These are actually really important questions to ask in dinosaur paleontology, and there's very few places you can actually ask them. So Pipestone Creek is one of those places. So this is, we're actually really excited about this. This is some of our most cutting edge research that we're doing at the museum. And this has to do with what's called individual variation. So individual variation is what makes one member of a community different from another. So for example, if you think of the people that you...
To be very clear, this is for a dinosaur called Pachyrhinosaurus. Here we go. These guys. related to Triceratops, there's a big split in the Ceratopsidae, the big horned dinosaurs. This is on the opposite side from Triceratops, so it's not a super, super close relative. But given that there are a ton of these animals, like hundreds of them potentially, preserved from the same time and place, all members of the same herd, we think. We know that this isn't stratigraphic variation. This is not changing over millions of years. These critters all lived at the same time, and look how different they are.
Or you go to school with, you instantly recognize other people. They might have different hair color, different eye color, they might be different heights. All of those things are what are called individual variation. So we think that dinosaurs, particularly dinosaurs that lived in herds, had some degree of individual variation, something that made individuals different and recognizable to their family, their friends, their enemies. So one feature of the skull that is highly variable in horned dinosaurs is what is called the parietal.
Yep.
So the parietal is part of the skull.
The
And
back
in
of the
horned
frill.
dinosaurs, it basically gets really flat and elongated and makes up the head frill of these dinosaurs. So the back of the frill is there's often horns that project out the side. Different horned dinosaur species do all kinds of weird things with their parietals. So that picture there on the right, that's Styracosaur. So Styracosaurs have had these huge, long parietal horns that come off the back of their parietals. So a whole bunch of different species of horned dinosaurs have done all kinds of different things with their parietals. In Pachyrhinosaurus, so that's the kind of the image in the middle, you can see that that's a Pachyrhinosaur looking like kind of head sort of top down at the skull. So you can see the orbital boss there, then the nasal boss, the orbital bosses. Then you can see Pachyrhinosaurs have got basically two horns that stick out the side and two horns that cross over in the middle. So the two horns that cross over in the middle are called the P2s. The two horns that cross over on the side are called the P3s.
Yep.
And so one of the
This is wild. What's this next slide here?
Is that first of all, we have a whole ton of them in the bone bed. In the past 3 years, my team and I have found 14 isolated
Watch out, mini pot.
14 of these kind of back of the frills with the horns on them. And what is really interesting is that no two are the same. Even though they come from the same community of the same species of animals, there is a huge amount of individual variation in those parietals. So this is kind of what that looks like. So all of these images here, these are all Pachyrhinosaurs.
This is nuts.
These are all that parietal bone. Again, you can see what's highlighted.
They're so different from each other.
Again, the P2s cross over,
crazy.
are the horns that cross over in the midline. The P3s are the ones that stick out the side. So you can see that some of these parietals are symmetrical. Some of them are asymmetrical. In some of them, the P3s are big and inflated and cross over.
And some they're missing.
The P2s are really small and don't cross over. In one specimen, has no P2s at all. It has none of those midline horns.
Nuts.
As for the P3s,
these are not different species. They're all the same species, all from the same herd. You know.
Sometimes they look like big Texas.
Oh, yeah, I have to put it away.
Like the P3s will be kind of as long as the midline.
We got baby boomers in the Zoom call.
And sometimes they're really short and stubby.
Yeah. Okay.
So if we just highlight the outlines of these, and then
that's crazy. Look how different they are.
There is a huge amount
insane
in these parietal bones.
This is
in Tyson Creek.
Yeah. Leave the light on the front for Lizette.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just ask, can people mute themselves, please? I think you're coming through. Yeah,
this is the most important and impactful part of the talk too, and those people ruined it. But anyway, I'll give you a link if you want to watch the rest of this because it's really, really cool. Emily Bamforth is doing such incredible work up there in Canada, up in Alberta, Pipestone Creek. Because that's the crazy thing, is that different species of ceratopsid dinosaurs have been named, different genera have been named, on differences way more subtle than that. So it shows that we've really got to be more careful. What we think might be different species could be members of the same species, they just might look very, very different. So it's a sobering thought. But yeah. Anywho. And I don't know about that, Murph. peripheral, but there is a lot of variation in how, well, we suspect there's probably a lot of variation in how individual Triceratops can look. But since they're not typically found in huge groups like Pachyrhinosaurus, it's difficult to disentangle which of this is individual variation and which is ontogenetic variation or stratigraphic variation. So there's a lot of different variables here, and you've got to be able to sort it all out. It's tricky, you know? There's a lot going on. And Mini Pie is, okay, she's really... My landlord here is demanding payments ASAP. So let's make that happen. Huh, Mini Pie? Yeah, okay. Oh, what's in here? There it is. Good stuff. You like another? How about that? There's one. Nice. How about another one? Yeah? Does food taste better on a plate or on the table? Asked Reality Ripple. It seems to taste better when it's hand delivered, because I'll just like one by one. Hey, because I'll put 4 out at once and she'll eat 1 and then go away. But if I put them out in series, then she might eat all of them. You slobbered on that one, so I can't put it back in the bag. I have to wash my hands. I have to wash my hands. So messy, Mini Pie. What? Look, there's one right there. You should eat it, right here. No. She's like, I don't want that. Okay. Yeah. Anyhow. Let me clean up my desk real quick. Oh, that's good. Anyhow. Yeah. Before I forget, let's do some Metazoa. Or, let's do a Blue Sky post. And then, maybe Metazoa, but... get into some David Attenborough stuff, too. Also, I didn't have time to do this before stream started. Let's adjust our lighting here. Hang with me for just a second here. That's good. That'll work.
Different heights.
All right. Quick screenshots. See if that's usable. I can do better than that. Let's try again. And I could do better than that too. Yeah, that's usable. Let's run with it. Save as. Beautiful.
What you doing?
Where?
Girder.
On today's Twitch stream.
Trudune.
Partly in
Trudune.
honor of David Attenborough's 100th birthday. We'll
What you doing?
see what other discussion topics come up as well. As we do Q&A and maybe some paleontology news too. Join us at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Today, the wall behind me features 3D prints of a juvenile Maiasaura skeleton, goniophyllid croc skull, leatherback turtle model, a real fossil Diplomystis. I hope I spelled that right. Diplomystis? Mango. Fossil fish. Planet Earth flag. And more. Good enough. Let's see who reads the whole text. Paleontologizing. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Good stuff. There we go. If you'd like to engage with that post, if you happen to be on Blue Sky, there you go. Let people know that we're live. Excellent. That and the little live circle thing too is a really nice new feature. I like that a lot. Anywho, yeah. Anywho, yeah. There's your reality ripple. I do need to start doing some stuff on other social media platforms too, but it's just such a pain in the butt most of the time. And I honestly feel like I should be focusing more on my scientific publication work. It's more of a higher priority for me. I make my living here on Twitch. Like, this is literally what pays the bills for me. I just need to work those other things into my daily routine. It's actively painful. I strongly dislike platforms like Instagram and stuff. don't think I even have it on my phone. Don't get me started on TikTok. It's like needles in my brain. But anyway, one of these days I'll get into that. Yeah. Yeah. Better video editing. Okay, Alexander, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, now that that's done, this was really neat, and I wanted to show it off real quick. The red-legged frog is a critter that I grew up hearing about all over the place when I was a kid. Being, of course, a resident of the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, we have a number of endangered species that live just in this region. One of them is the northern red-legged frog. There's a lot of environmental regulations that were written specifically to protect this really cool critter, and they were at one point on the verge of extinction. Going from Northern California to Southwest British Columbia. No, here we go. California red-legged frog is the one I'm thinking of. These ones are near threatened, or their exact status is kind of difficult to determine, but they do seem to have really declined in recent years. And they really need help to prevent complete extinction. We've got some good news about them. And that's right here. Check it out.
This is the California red-legged frog. He's native to the Sierra Nevada, but in recent years, he and his friends have become increasingly rare. So today, he's going home.
It's a bad day to be a fly in Yosemite National Park.
I don't even know if they eat flies.
But a great day to be a frog.
A lot of people were freaking out, kind of.
The San Francisco Zoo toted 100 red-legged frogs into the park Thursday.
Impressive.
To be released by local elementary schoolers.
Go!
If I can't have kids helping me release frogs everywhere I go, then yeah, I don't want to do it.
I mean, the frogs is kind of slimy in the inside, and I basically trained it perfectly. It just jumped right out.
These native...
Yeah, that's definitely you trained that frog well. Now, frog, your training is complete.
And I basically trained it perfectly. It just jumped right out.
These native frogs were completely wiped out of Yosemite National Park about 50 years ago. Conservationists blame the appetites of invasive bullfrogs.
Frog species were declining all over the world, and nobody really knew why. And that just sort of, brought a sad feeling inside of me.
So 10 years ago, the San Francisco Zoo leaped into action.
What we used to do is we used to get eggs from other...
And yes, so this is that Bridal Falls there? I've only ever been to Yosemite once, despite being born and raised in California. I was here on my 16th birthday. My dad took me. That was really something. But yeah.
The San Francisco Zoo leaped into action.
What we used to do is we used to get eggs from other parts of California, and then we would raise those frogs and bring them here. But now that they've been succeeding here, we can actually collect eggs from the frogs here and then raise them and then reintroduce them.
Since then, they've...
Yeah. And Sammy Keene, thank you for the 29 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Less than 3.
Thank you, Sammy Keene, for the 29 months of support. Thanks for keeping me online.
Bred and liberated
Don't do it!
a total of 10,000 frogs into the park.
He won't stop looking at me.
It is easy to give up in biology, that you think it's not going to work. We tried, we gave it our best shot, but we just kept at it, and here we are today.
Our program is ongoing. We are not stopping just because there's a population here now. We want to make sure that they're self-sustaining.
So they're hoping Froggy will go a-courtin' and increase the population all on his own. They say Yosemite visitors can help protect the red-legged frog population by staying in designated areas and not contaminating the water. And
yeah, don't Don't go contaminating. That sounds like such a... I don't know. Individuals are cautioned not to engage in industrial pollution. Like, okay. I guess, yeah, fair. Don't go pouring your used motor oil into these waterways, but how many people are really doing that? So much of these are, like, bigger systemic problems. On the news, they love to boil it down to, like, well, here's what you could do at home. It's like, well, okay, but that's usually not what caused the problem in the first place, is what people are doing at home. You know? Yeah.
Frog population by staying in designated areas and not contaminating the water. In Yosemite National Park, I'm Brianna Bias, CBS 47 Eyewitness News.
Nice. Here's a link to that video there. And there you go, Reality Ripple, yeah. Anyhow. And that's... Oh, is it Bridal Veil Fall? Thank you, Claire. Might be. No, this is a different one. No, it might be. I don't know.
Actually collect.
To the global and serious game of paleontology.
Unregistered voter. Thank you for the follow. Didn't register to vote, but you did register with an account here on Twitch. Either way, I appreciate you clicking that follow button. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Before we get into the David Attenborough stuff, let's do Metazoa. Our daily animal guessing challenge. I forgot to do this on Friday. I was really busy getting ready for that stream, going up to Sacramento, doing a stream from the zoo there. And then I forgot to do it on Saturday, too. So we've lost our streak, but that's okay. If this is new to anybody, let me introduce it. This game is called Metazoa. It is a daily animal guessing challenge. It's a lot like the game Wordle, if you're familiar with that. Where you've got to guess a mystery word of the day, but it's not a mystery word. You're not guessing letter by letter. You're using an evolutionary family tree to narrow down different animal groups narrower and narrower until you finally get to the mystery species of the day. So let's do it.
Hold on to your butts.
They give you 20 guesses for this. I'm going to try and get it in 5 or fewer if we want to continue bringing our average down. But yeah. Oh, and... Oh, Angler, I wish you'd asked me this like 3 minutes earlier before we were in Metazoa. Remind me again in a few minutes, and we'll get into this afterward. Yeah. No comment on today's. What do you mean, Lenina? Here, the reason why any of this is possible, while we can narrow things down using an evolutionary family tree, is that creatures on our planet are related to one another. When we say that as scientists, that like, oh, well, you know, a hyena is more closely related to a cat than it is to dogs, what we mean is that they share a more recent common ancestor. I'll show you in this case. Hyenas are part of Feliformia. That's the cat-like carnivorans over here. There's carnivorans, this particular kind of mammal. Lions and tigers and bears and seals and otters and walruses and what have you. These are all carnivorans. You've We've got this split, the cat-like carnivorans and the dog-like carnivorans. Hyenas are over here in the cat-like carnivorans. So they share a more recent common ancestor with cats. So about 34 million years ago, give or take, all of these different critters came from one ancestor. There was one ancestral species that must have been pretty successful because it gave rise to all of these other species. Like a branching family tree, you know? Does that make sense? So, given that we can draw these diagrams like this, but how do we know that it reflects reality? Well, you can look at the fossil record, you look at the morphology of these animals, you look at the shapes of their bones that you find as fossils, and you can figure out when the common ancestor of, say, the dogs and cats lived, because you find a critter that's kind of in between those to a certain extent. Something like, Myiasis, which is thought to be like a basal carnivoran from, what, the Eocene, I think? So from a critter like this, you had all the carnivorans that evolved. So this is kind of the, think of it as like the great-grandparent of all of today's carnivorans, including Sweetie Pie here. We don't know if it's this particular species here, but like something close to this. Actually, determining ancestor-descendant relationships in the fossil record is tricky. But probably was from a critter much like this. All the lions and tigers and bears and sea lions, otters and skunks and whatever, they all evolved from a critter that would have been a lot like this. But yeah, so we've got the fossil record that we can use to figure out these relationships, and we also have genes, genetics, DNA. In many ways, that can be a less subjective way of determining these relationships, because you could just look at the genetic code of these critters and then figure out when they diverged. DNA is wonderful for this kind of thing, and it is well outside my realm of expertise, because I'm not a geneticist. I'm a paleontologist. I work with fossils. But I acknowledge just how incredibly important molecular data is for this kind of thing. So anyway, let's jump up to animals here on our Tree of Life. Because lucky for us, even though all life on Earth is related, plants and animals share a common ancestor. They evolved from the same critter. They're both eukaryotes. And then you have fungi that are even closer to animals than plants are. But anyway, for this game, Metazoa here, we only have to worry about animals.
Amazing 70 million-year-old dinosaur eggs,
and they're perfectly preserved.
Uh-oh, watch that kid.
Cephal23, he Cephal23 love.
Cephalon Wolf, thank you for the 20 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here online. Excellent. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Sweetie Pie. Oh. Anywho. Pre-breakfast banana says we must be some animal freak accident. Well, I don't know about that. We're not that different from some other animals. You know? We as human beings probably managed to kill off all of the other hominids that look anything like us. There used to be lots of other hominids, Australopithecines, Homo neanderthalis, or a bunch of other humanoid species, hominid species. And they're likely gone because of us in our early history, us driving them off. But anyhow, we still have some critters that are pretty similar to us in most ways. Chimps and bonobos are our closest living relatives. We split with them only about 6 million years ago. And after that, you have the gorillas. They're our next closest relatives. And after them, a little bit more distant, are the orangutans. We split off from the orangutan lineage about 14 million years ago. we're supposed to be a smart animal, but, well, we have the capacity to be pretty smart. But it requires not just intelligence, it requires wisdom, compassion, cooperation, thoughtfulness. You know, just having a big stupid brain isn't good enough. You need to use it in the right way. So yeah. And are we the only sapiens? So Homo sapiens is our species, so by definition, yes. So this is us. This is our species, Homo sapiens. There's other species within the genus Homo. There was Homo neanderthalis, and a number of others. There we go. Genus Homo. Yeah, Homo habilis, Homo erectus. There's a number of other Homo species. And we're the last ones. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Pre-breakfast banana says it would be like Lord of the Rings, where different creatures were intelligent at the same time. Was that your takeaway from that? My takeaway from that was that the eagles were the only smart ones. Everybody else is kind of like, what are we even doing here, you know? I don't know. Back to Metazoa. We have to try and guess what the mystery animal of the day is using an evolutionary family tree. And, we can do this because critters are related to one another. We can draw that as a big branching diagram, essentially a tree of life. But Metazoa doesn't have every species here, thank goodness, because there's quite a few. If you look at the animals, it's about 1.4 million species. There we go, damnables. Yeah, only about 1.4 million species as opposed to the probably tens or hundreds of millions of living things overall. But I often like to start with a mammal for Metazoa. This game is kind of heavily biased toward mammals and toward birds to a certain extent. So I don't know, I can often shave off a few guesses if we start off with a mammal. Because by the numbers, it very well might be a mammal. So, give me a mammal, chat. Presumably, or preferably, a placental mammal. No marsupials, no monotremes. A hyena's a good one, Cacklinsworth. Yeah, we could do hyena. Let's do hyena. We'll start there. And... oh boy! Okay, what? 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 Oh boy.
Look at all those chickens!
It's not gonna be a chicken. Thank you, Nina O555, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. That didn't narrow it down at all whatsoever. Not even a bilaterian. I love this. Okay, what? What? What is, okay, so animals. We guessed hyena. A hyena is a kind of mammal, which is a kind of deuterostome, which is kind of bilaterian animal. It's got to be a sponge, right? Sponges are among animals, if we're dealing with that clade, that evolutionary group, sponges are the group that's most distant from everything else. They are the earliest diverging, most basal, most to use an old kind of weasel term. They're the most primitive of animals. We don't like to put it that way because it's... We don't want to make them sad, you know? Oh, sponges, you're the most primitive animals. You know, you don't want to do that. Also, it's just not very precise language, so we don't like to put it that way. They're the earliest diverging. They're near the base of the tree as we draw it. Yeah. So anywho, the way that this game works is we type in a guess, like we guessed hyena, and Metazoa says, nope, not a hyena, but it is an animal. It's like, well, of course it's an animal. It's got to be super, super, super basal, right near the base of the animal family tree. Here's animals here. Very good chance it's a sponge.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
And thank you, Amelia Bedelia, for the 50 months of support. I really appreciate keeping me online. Thank you, thank you. And there you go. Emo Purulento makes a really good point here. The sponges are not primitive. All the bacteria that makes us sick, they just eat them. I mean, they're very good at what they do. That's why they're still around, you know? They've been a very successful group. I think the term primitive holds a lot of negative baggage, which is one of the reasons why we as paleontologists, evolutionary biologists, we don't really like to use that term as much anymore. Just because it kind of implies certain things that we're not trying to imply, you know? So, I think I want to guess sponge here, but I could also guess comb jelly. Comb jelly is also pretty basal, pretty early diverging. But I think our best bet is sponge. So let's try that. Here we go. Esponja. Ready? Could we get this in 2 guesses today? Oh boy.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see. Yes! Oh, yes! Fantastic. That was great. That was great. 2 guesses. They give you 20. We got it in 2 today. Very good, Lenina. Very nice. That should help with my average a little bit. Honestly, if you know what you're doing, and you know how to use OneZoom as a tool for working through this, then you probably should get this in just 2 guesses. Yeah. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Here.
This quarry has provided scientists with many dramatic fossil discoveries.
Hitchens TV, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontology. Good to have you here. Nice. 5.1. I can't wait till I get it to 5.0 or 4.9. Oh, that would be great. We'll have to celebrate. But for now, still at 5.1. Post. And there you go, Lenina. Yeah, yeah. What if it made you guess a species? Yeah, Cassagerman. That's the thing, is that Metazoa does make it easy like that. But they do give you an actual species here. Aplacina fistularis, also known as the yellow tube sponge or yellow sponge. Yeah. Let's see if we can find a quick video on sea sponges, because they are fascinating animals. watch that before we get into the David Attenborough stuff. The Animal Fact Files is a video. That would be lovely. Yes. How many? Okay. Let's take some bets right now, chat. Do some friendly, non-money wagers here. How many SpongeBob references do you think they're going to make in this? How many? Put your guesses in now. Lock those in. A dozen, says Angler. Chudley says 3. At least 5, says Claire. Like 3 or 12, says Angler. Covering all the bases here. Okay, okay. 206, says Reality Ripple. Well, let's find out. Here we go.
These animals were originally believed to be plants. To be fair, they're pretty weird as far as animals go. They don't have muscles, or nerves, or even organs. Sponges are some of the simplest multicellular animals known today, and they've been around for a long, long time.
Oh, yeah.
Sponges have cells that can change their role even after those cells have been previously performing another role. This would sort of be like if a human's liver cells suddenly changed into brain cells. Obviously, and thankfully, this can't happen in humans, but it's a no-brainer for sponges. Do you get it? Because they don't have... Oh, never mind. Zooming back out from cells, looking at sponges as a whole, there are currently thousands of...
I think the oldest was exactly 1 billion years old. I have to double check. No, they might be older than that. Yeah, I think the fossil record of sponges goes back pretty far. Let's look it up real quick. So the sponges belong to a group called Porifera. There we go. Las esponjas. Fossil evidence of primitive sponges, such as Otavia, dates early as the Devonian period, around 800 million years ago. Not as far as I thought. Shoot. These are probably... I bet you there's, like... That's the oldest incontrovertible evidence that we have of fossil sponges. I bet you there are some kind of doubtful ones earlier where it's like, is it a sponge? We don't really know. Yeah. I didn't know this, though. The branch of zoology that studies sponges is... spongiology. What? What? Is that true? Spongiology. It just redirects to sponge. Okay. Yeah. Fair. I want to be a spongiologist, says Pre-Breakfast Banana. Just doing this all day. I'm a spongiologist.
Of classified species, and they're grouped into 3 main categories. There are sponges whose skeletons are composed of calcium carbonate, sponges whose skeletons are composed of silica. This group encompasses a majority of the sponge species. And there are other sponges whose skeletons are made out of a special kind of silica. This third group is commonly referred to as the glass sponges.
Right. Yeah, and many of these are benthic, right? Like they're super, super deep. That's really cool. One thing that I know about sponges and why they're classified as animals rather than other kinds of critters, well, obviously they're classified as such because that's where they belong on the tree, you know? Like that's what their DNA shows. That's where they branched off. But like other animals, sponges move. They swim around, but only very early in ontogeny. So sponge larvae are not sessile. They're not stuck to the ocean bottom. They're not stuck to a substrate. They move around in the water column. They either drift or they swim. I think it might depend on the species. And then later, they stick to something and start growing there. So in their earliest stages of life, they move around like many other animals do.
And we've talked about them previously. Sponges can come in all kinds of shapes and colors. In fact, their shapes can vary so drastically even between individuals of the same species that the shape of a sponge isn't always a great indicator of identity.
It's just like with our ceratopsid dinosaurs earlier.
A sponge species may have differently shaped members based on the environments in which they've settled.
Very funny.
While one individual may be a creeping shapeless mass, the other may have formed into a tube. It all just depends on where they grew up. Sponges are found from tidal areas to deep water, from polar regions to the tropics, and from freshwater to saltwater.
A very successful group, very diverse.
Pineapples under the sea.
All right. One SpongeBob reference there. Yeah, if anyone said 1, you better hope there's no more. If you said 3, you better hope there's 2 more.
Sponges are often found on the bottom of the water column, and they are unable to move from where they grow. They also come in many colors, and like giant clams, can get some of their color from algae. Young larval sponges are able to move, but once they find a good spot to settle, they'll stay there for life.
So these are little larval sponges being released during spawning. Just looks like a cloud of dust, but they're tiny, tiny, tiny. And then it's sort of like seeds that a plant produces, and almost think of it like dandelion seeds in the wind, They drift off, and the vast majority of them, they don't make it. R.I.P. to those seeds, This is very much an R selection strategy, where it's quantity over quality. The vast majority of them aren't lucky, but maybe a couple will get very lucky. They'll land in just the right spot, under just the right conditions, and then that's where you get new dandelions. It's the same with sponges like that, where they're just kind of broadcast spawning. Just, there's a bunch of babies, good luck. Maybe a few of you will make it, But this is a really successful strategy. It really works for them.
Unless, of course, they break off a piece of themselves to release to the whims of the currents. Sponges reproduce both asexually and sexually. They may bud like the coral polyps we've discussed in a previous episode.
Nice.
Some freshwater sponge species will release pieces of themselves, which can withstand harsh environments, and won't settle and start growing until conditions become more favorable. It's believed this is part of how freshwater sponge species are able to spread out.
Cool.
Most sponges are hermaphroditic, like slugs and snails. And like these gastropods, they'll still reproduce with another member of their species.
So hermaphroditic means they produce both eggs and sperm in this case. So they don't really have like a particular sex. They're like, oh, we'll do whatever. And it works for them,
Sponges will release sperm into the water column, which is then pulled in by another sponge, where it's transported to that sponge's eggs. Sponges have pores. Their scientific name means pore-bearing. Sponges create currents through their bodies using special cells that have tail-like structures called flagella. The current brings water in through smaller pores, moves it through the sponge's body, during which cells will collect particles of organic material that act as sponge food, and then push it out through the sponge's larger pores. Most sponges eat in this way, though there are some who catch crustaceans on a Velcro-like outer layer. Generally speaking...
Yeah! What kind of sea turtle is it who primarily eats sponges and sometimes corals? Does anybody know? Which of the 7 living species of sea turtle? Now, hang on. I gotta phrase that in the form of an answer. Of the 7 living species of sea turtle, this one primarily eats sponges and sometimes corals. Not the leatherback nivvy. Not the green Charlie's dragon. No. Although I think that might be a green right there. Might not be. But anyway. Not a Ridley. No, not Not a snapping turtle, no. Those are not sea turtles. Not a loggerhead Golganek. Oh, man. It's not a flatback either. Who's left? Not a Ridley. Nope. Of the 7 species of sea turtle, it is the Midi Moonstorm got it. And if somebody else got it beforehand, I apologize. I didn't see it. Lenina got it earlier. Lenina and Midi Moon. It's the hawksbill. The hawksbill sea turtle primarily eats sponges. Stuff like that, yeah. There we go. They love it. They love to eat sponges. Good stuff. Yeah, so these, that big hawk-like bill, that big rostrum like that. Just crunch that stuff up. That fish there is pretty happy, too. Rayfin fish. It's neat. So I was reading that, that in Florida, they don't have a lot of nesting hawksbills, but they do have a lot of hawksbills around on the reefs eating sponges and stuff, but they don't like to nest there for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. Hopefully we'll find out when we're there in Florida. Yeah. What a cool critter. They're so neat. You just have to love sea turtles. They're just effortlessly charismatic. Kind of like dinosaurs, I suppose. Yeah. And I don't know what I don't know what the sponges taste like, Nordic Gale. And she's not talking, so I don't know. But what a cool critter. This might be a male, actually, given that there's claws on the foreflippers. I don't know if that's a... I don't know if both sexes of coloniids have that. The hard shell sea turtles. Reality Ripple says, I have a whole shelf of wood and stone turtle figurines. Do you have any leatherbacks, Reality Ripple? I happen to collect leatherbacks. Like this. Like this. These are 3D prints that I've done, but I collect commercially available ones, too. What a cool critter.
Sponges aren't crustaceans on a Velcro-like outer layer. Generally speaking, sponges aren't nutritious or tasty, but they are taken by nudibranchs, sea turtles, and other adventurous animals. Sponges are also believed to live to be hundreds, if not thousands of
Very
years
cool,
old.
Reality Ripple. Very cool. I'd actually love to see a picture to see if I have that same one. The one I have a wooden leatherback. It's about this big, and it doesn't really have. It only has one keel over the top of the shell, but we should probably do like a leatherbacks channel on the Discord if there isn't one already. I don't know. I'm never on my Discord.
For more facts on sponges, check out the links in the description. Thank you to Molly for today's request. Give a thumbs up if you...
Very cool. Here is a link to that video there from Animal Fact Files. Good stuff. All right, now let's get to that question. Angler, sorry it took me so long. But Angler wanted to know, besides the Triassic and Jurassic remains you can find along the southern half of the Connecticut River Valley, are there any other cool places in the northeastern U.S. where you can find fossils from the late Paleozoic and Mesozoic? Yes. Yeah. Balint of Scient Streams has actually done some live streams from a spot in New Jersey. Edelman Fossil Park is one such place. This, I think, is late Cretaceous. Yeah, and they've got a really, really cool exhibit hall as well. Super neat. The Quarry Dig is here. Book your fossil dig. So this is kind of geared toward kids and families, but there are places nearby where you can find fossils. There's a lot of marine stuff. So they're going to have bits of corals and sponges and stuff. They're going to have shark teeth. They're going to have vertebrae from bony fishes, rayfin fishes. You might even find like a mosasaur tooth or something like that, but those are not common. And you'll find lots of invertebrates, snails, probably brachiopods, maybe various echinoderms, urchins, and stuff like that. So that's one place. I know there are places in upstate New York where you can find cool invertebrate fossils from the Paleozoic, but I don't know of any of those off the top of my head. I don't think it's the Northeast. Is Maryland considered the Northeast? I feel like that's maybe mid-Atlantic, mid-coast. I'm from the Bay Area. I've not spent a lot of time on the United States' East Coast yet, and my grasp of East Coast geography is, shall we say, less than professional. Dinosaur Park, Maryland, is a really cool place where they have an active dig. Really the only active dinosaur dig that I'm aware of east of the Mississippi River in the United States. And you can go there and look for fossils yourself. Really cool. Really, really cool. So I hope that helps answer your question there. I don't know too much about East Coast stuff, but hopefully that's helpful. There, Angler. I would recommend if
the situation called for still more protection,
Fallen
he
Helix
simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
I appreciate you clicking that follow button. Welcome, welcome. And hello to you, Kevin6x1. Howdy, howdy. I was gonna say, one of the best ways to find out about fossils in your area is to go to the museum nearby, if you have one nearby, and just ask around, you know? Email the staff there. If there's a paleontologist there, be like, hey, can you recommend any resources to me? Are there cool places to go see fossils in this area? And most of the time they'll be quite happy to help you out. And very cool, Captain Mania. Nice. You're born in Maryland, in that county. Very cool. Yeah. That is one of the most important. That's one of like 4 important counties on the eastern seaboard to dinosaur paleontology, you know? Yeah. And Fallen Helix says, hi, just saw you on Recommended and love a bit of science talk. Science! You're in the right place. Welcome, welcome, Fallen Helix. It's good to have you here. Anyway, I hope that answers your question there. Let me know if you've got any other particular queries there. Thank you. And Lenina makes the point, lots of big metropolitan areas have geology groups on social media. It's true. Yeah. If you're lucky enough to live in a place with a lot of really cool geology right on the surface, like the Rocky Mountain West is fantastic for this kind of thing. clip here with old Bobby B. There we go.
Now the high and dry western United States.
Let's go back a titch.
Between the Rocky Mountains is that in many places in those days you had seaways and you had vast stretches of salt water between the Rocky Mountains and the east coast of North America, for example, quite apart from the Atlantic Ocean.
Yep.
The land once covered by an inland sea is now the high and dry western United States. It is a good place to hunt for dinosaur bones. 20 years have passed since Robert Bacher speculated Colorado just might have enough dinosaur fossils to keep him busy.
Fell madly in love with the state because there are more dinosaurs per acre and more dinosaurs per person in Colorado and Wyoming and anywhere else. You can't get fossil bones unless you cover the skeletons. Otherwise, the bones would just rot. Well, on average, Colorado has been a low tropical landscape with lots of sediment being deposited. So if you're a dinosaur and you died, you had a pretty good chance of being covered up. That's number one.
Dinosaur bones are not really bones anymore.
False. Well, actually, they still are bones. They've just been partially permineralized through fossilization. Like, we could have a whole ship of Theseus discussion over whether or not they're really bones anymore. You talk to most paleontologists and be like, yeah, of course they're still bones. They've just been altered through diagenesis, you know? They've had minerals incorporated into them from the surrounding rock and from the groundwater there and all that stuff. But to say that, oh, they're not really bones anymore, it's not. You're just being pedantic at that point, you know? Spicy bones, there you go. Yeah.
They have undergone the process of petrification that has hardened them to rock.
Fossilization.
A dead dinosaur might...
And many of them are not actually that permineralized either. Like, I really want to bring on somebody who specializes in this kind of thing. Like a paleontologist or geologist where, like, this is what they work on, is the process of fossilization. But from what I've been told by people who know more about this than me, in certain geological formations in particular, the Hell Creek or the Judith River formations are good examples. Many times the bone is not that permineralized. There's still a lot of the original organic material in there, to the point where you can still find blood vessels, bits of collagen, other organic materials like that. There's no DNA, because DNA is too fragile of a molecule. It rots away too fast. It's got a very short half-life. But other stuff that's a little bit more resilient, other organic material will still be there in those bones. It's not rare at all under certain circumstances. So anyhow, yeah.
Be covered by layers of silt and clay. The bones became compressed and replaced by seeping mineralized groundwater.
You can't find a dinosaur that's totally covered by rock. A little bit of it's got to be eroded out so you can see it.
Yep.
Occasionally, these burial places were uplifted and the process of erosion would take over. The bones would eventually become exposed. Wherever people come across these exposed remains, they become curious.
Yep. Felheed says, how about they are not fully the bones as they existed in the living animal? I guess, but where do you draw the line? Like, if bones have been sitting out on the ground, then they're also not as they were in the living animal, you know? They become disarticulated, they've been dried out by the sun, they'll be a lot more brittle, less flexible, less resilient than they were during the animal's lifetime. But, you know, you wouldn't come across this and go, well, those aren't really bones. There's some sort of bleached structure that is different from when it was inside. No, they're still bones, you know? So I don't know. It's, again, it's kind of a ship of Theseus thing. You know? Which, as the story goes, for those of you who don't know, a long time ago, there was a guy called Theseus, and he was like really like obsessed with this boat, and he was like, it was his big project, you know. He worked on it in his garage, and he's like every day he's going down to the store and he's buying new parts, and this just became a money pit for him. It was a big problem, and his friends are like, Theseus, dude, we know you're really excited about this boat, but like your relationships are suffering, like it's eating up all of your time. And he goes, what do you mean? What boat? Oh, that's not the same boat. It's a different boat. I've added enough parts to it. I don't even know what you're talking about anymore. It's a different boat, you know? Chief Firefighter, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. As you can tell, I'm not a folklorist. And I am not a historian. I'm a paleontologist. I work on fossils, and I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Should we talk about David Attenborough now? At 100 years old? Bones are made of hydroxyapatite and collagen. And there's some other stuff in there too, Cast the Dreamer. You've got the marrow cavity in the bone. You've got blood vessels that go into it and out of it and stuff like that. And yeah. And the composition of different bones is going to be different among different groups of vertebrates. Yeah. Cacklin's Werf says, when a friend of mine realized we knew each other for, I think it was 8 years, she remarked that since all our cells are replaced every 7 years, we're not even the same people anymore. I think that's also a myth. Or like that's an oversimplification. Yeah, it's an average, says Reality Ripple, yeah. Because a lot of your cells will be the same. Especially the cells that make up your bones. Or many of the cells in your brain, like I think neurons. Many of them might be the same neurons from years and years and years and years in the past. Yeah, neuron. I think you're right about that, Reality Ripple. But again, I'm not a neurologist. You know. Yeah. She seemed pretty convinced. Well. You know, maybe she's a little bit more fastidious about that, you know? Maybe she is replacing every single one of her cells on a schedule every 7 years, you know? She's got a timer. Or like, you know, New Year's rolls around and she's like, okay, time to get rid of these cells. You know? Just like how you change out the batteries in your smoke detectors. Or you get started on taxes. This is Cacklin's friend here.
10, 9, 8.
Oh, will this horrible year never end?
We've never lost a year before, and I'll be damned if we're gonna lose one on my shift.
Oh, January 1st. Better get going on those taxes, Nettie.
It's... Anyway, yeah, yeah. There you go, Joe. Yeah. Yeah, this is true, Reality Ripple. There are different parts of your body they'll replace at different rates. You know, there's been we're talking about like 4 billion years of evolution that have gone into what we currently have here. And there have been a lot of, shall we say, refinements over the years. a lot of things work pretty well nowadays. Some of them still not so much, but, you know, if it works well enough to be able to foster the next generation, then that's really what counts. A derived journey. I like that, Alexander Morrison. Bill and Ted's Derived Journey. That would actually be pretty cool. Just like a movie chronicling the history of life on Earth. They go back in time and they're just like, they're really bored for about 1 billion years as there's just single-celled organisms around. Yeah. Bill and Ted's Excellent Evolution. There you go, Claire. That's even better, isn't it? Yeah. I don't think I've ever actually seen that movie all the way through. Anywho, when we're talking about natural history, when we're talking about the history of life on our planet, there are very few people who have done more to bring that idea to the general public than the true King of England, David Attenborough, who just turned 100 on Friday. I mean, he helped make it a golden age. Oh, the Kingfisher. Good stuff. Here's a link to that here. 100 years old. Holy cow.
But what can you do? Medicine's not a science.
Marcia Jamil, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Here's an audio message from David Attenborough from, I think, the day before his birthday. And let me rewind a little bit and turn the sound on.
I had rather thought that I would celebrate my 100th birthday quietly, but it seems that many of you have had other ideas. I've been completely overwhelmed by birthday greetings, from preschool groups to care home residents and countless individuals and families of all ages. I simply can't reply to each of you all separately, but I would like to thank you all most sincerely for your kind messages and wish those of you who have planned your own local events tomorrow have a very happy day.
Excellent. not the sort of person to engage in celebrity worship. It's just not me. That said, I've got a lot of respect for David Attenborough. I think to those of us, we scientists who participate in public outreach, he is a titan, a living legend of science communication, getting people interested in nature, getting people to appreciate natural history, to become curious about the world around them, how it all works, what its history has been. And so I hope it's okay that we're going to talk a decent amount about David Attenborough today and check out some old clips and stuff like that. If you at home have any particular clips that you would like to share of his, we can do kind of a show and tell here. I think that might be a lot of fun. Ladina says, if anyone is worthy of mass adoration, it's him. I mean, I kind of feel that way, yeah. And I don't know. I feel like so many of us have been stung recently by, people we looked up to. Things come out, and it turns out like, oh, shoot. This is not a person worthy of admiration. It's hard to imagine that happening for David Attenborough. But still, there's that reticence to really sing anybody's praises because you know what I mean, chat. But if there is one living person who is kind of universally admired worldwide by people in natural history fields, paleontologists, zoologists, biologists, botanists, spongiologists, David Attenborough's got to be at the top of that list, And I'm sure he knows it. The number of different critters that have been named after him over the years is kind of astonishing. I'll show you just a few here. There's a lovely thread on Blue Sky the other day. Yeah. Nordic Gale says he was an accidental legend who worked on radio and was sent to do a show on the Earth that some thought was a career breaker. There you go.
This is a dinosaur too.
Oh, that first one wasn't a dinosaur, but you probably know that already, Telphus. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. First one was a synapsid, Dimetrodon. But Tori Herridge says here, happy centenary, Sir David. Are there 100 things named after David Attenborough? Surely we should be able to compile a list. I will start. Attenboroughsaurus, a plesiosaur from the Jurassic coast. There it is there. What a cool critter to have named after you, by the way. It doesn't get much cooler than this. Plesiosaurs, especially, long-necked plesiosaurs, are just incredibly cool. And for a Jurassic World one, that's actually not bad. I like the keels on it, like on a leatherback. That's neat. But yeah. We talked about this a little bit last week when Ted Turner died. He has a dinosaur named after him, a single one.
Fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Mac Master, thank you for the subscription. Really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch, Mac Master. I'm deeply grateful. Thank you for that. Enjoy not having to watch any ads for as long as you stay subscribed. Ted Turner has a dinosaur named after him, Sierraceratops turneri. And when you have a critter named after you, especially a dinosaur, or maybe something like a plesiosaur here, that is a certain degree of immortality. People will remember your name long after you are gone. Because that's a scientific name. We hang on to those most of the time. Attenborough's got quite a few. Not just Attenboroughsaurus here. Oh, it's so good. But yeah, this research vessel, RRS Sir David Attenborough. A bunch of specimens in here at the Natural History Museum. We'll watch that video in a bit. There's buildings named after... Holy cow, this one's got a big baleen whale skeleton in it. That is... What an incredibly cool facade for a building. That is bonkers. And then there's a big horse skeleton here too, rearing up. That's incredibly cool. It's just... Wow. Why don't more buildings look like this? Architects, get on that. Find huge, impressive skeletons that are visible from the outside of the building, you know? Yeah. Who could ever hope for a better building to be named after them, you know?
Big Daddy, dig your vibrations.
But yeah. And Attenboroughculus Tau, a parasitic wasp, named to celebrate his 100th birthday. That's very cool. This is an ichneumoniid wasp, isn't it? With the big ovipositor. Yeah. Native to the Patagonian lakes of Chile. It's been named for David Attenborough in celebration of his centenary. Yeah. And that's not just a species, it's the genus named after him. Attenboroughculus. He's been a massive influence on so many of us, and me as well, says Gavin, one of the researchers. When I was young, 5 or 6 maybe, I was given the Life on Earth book, which I think I might have here in my office. Oh, yeah, there we go. Awesome. Which makes me wonder... Copy... I don't see leatherback turtle. Oh well. Can't have it all, you know? But what a cool book. That's so funny that I happen to have this book. I'm glad I do. It must have been quite prominent. I think I got this at like a... Oh, there's Archaeopteryx right there. Nice. The Berlin specimen again, like we talked about earlier on stream. Call back. Coelacanth, Latimeria chalumnae. Very nice. Yeah, cool stuff. I was given the Life on Earth book. In it, he mentions taxonomists and what they do, and I was hooked. I decided from far too early an age I was going to be a taxonomist, thanks to David Attenborough. And weirdly, I've ended up as a taxonomist, so I'll pay something back. Taxonomists are people who study living things and their classification. They're tasked with trying to figure out which critters are the same species and which are different, and should this one be a new species, and all of that. That is the work of taxonomy, and it might sound like it's not the most hard-hitting of scientific work, but it is vitally important, because if we want to figure out the diversity of living things, well, we have to know which ones are the same and which are different. Are these the same species or are they not? And how are they related? And alpha taxonomy is one of the most underfunded and underappreciated aspects of biological sciences. Witch Doctor says Aaron Raw does that. Really? Is he an alpha taxonomist? Yeah, taxonomy. Biology. Scientific study of defining, naming, and classifying groups of biological organisms based on shared characteristics. Taxonomy, extraordinarily important work. Anywho. Well, that's interesting, Fall Machine. Structuralist. Are you an architect? Or are you interested in architecture, Fall Machine? Oh, that's cool. Holy cow. That is awesome. I love this. Okay, new favorite architect right here. Calatrava. Santiago Calatrava. That's cool. Thank you for sharing that, Fall Machine. That's awesome. That's so cool. I gotta remember that name. Was he still around? Yeah, good for him. Cool. Sculptural forms often resemble living organisms. That's awesome. I gotta remember this name. Anyhow, yeah. Very funny there, Reality Rebel. Oh, no. Yeah. Here's that new wasp species here. Well, let's take a look.
This wasp is Attenborough tau, named after Sir David Attenborough in honour of his 100th birthday. This is an ichneummonid wasp, and these are types of
I thought so.
So this is a lifestyle which involves the wasp paralysing a host insect or spider, temporarily or permanently, and they lay an egg on it or in it, and then its young eat the host alive. That's the parasitoid lifestyle.
Yeah, so it might not seem like the most pleasant thing, but these guys are incredibly diverse. In fact, some of them specialize in a particular species of spider or scorpion or other invertebrate like that, and they only lay their eggs on that one. And so sometimes if you have, like, I guess in the ancient past when you had, or through the course of the history of this group, when you had a particular kind of parasitoid wasp like this that specialized in a particular species of spider, if that spider speciates, if that one species becomes two species or more, then that also happens to the parasites too, to these wasps that lay their eggs on them. And so one species of wasp who has one species of spider host that becomes two spider hosts and two species of wasps. And this is, I think, one of the reasons why they've become so incredibly diverse. Ichneumon wasps. Here we go. Let's see how many species we got here. And you're not a fan? Well, they're incredibly important, Bush Doctor. They're, yeah. Ichneumon wasps. How many species? 22,000 on this tree. Which is certainly 9,000! More than twice that. Pretty cool.
David Attenborough in honour of his 100th birthday. And they lay an egg on some really interesting wasps from Chile, and we found a really...
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world. Living creatures from the dawn of time. What havoc will they wreak?
Wonderful to have you here, Zasha.
Will they destroy?
What
depths of panic and terror will they create?
Thank you, Zasha. How are you doing? Also, what's the proper way to pronounce her name? Zashap? Zashap? Zashal? Let me know. Wonderful to have you here, and thank you for the follows there. Brick Griff and Dragon Princess, welcome to Paleontologizing. We're talking about... Hang on. Junk Saint, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. We are talking about David Attenborough's 100th birthday and his ongoing legacy as a presenter of natural history to the world. Important stuff. Here's a new species of wasp that was just named after him for his 100th birthday. We'll get back to that in a minute. Zirodova, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Zach Chap. I like that, Zach Chap. Thanks for the raid. I hope you had an excellent stream. It's wonderful to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And let me play a quick little channel trailer for you to introduce you to what we do around here.
I'm the bad guy. Duh.
There we go. I'll be right back.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
What are dinosaurs?
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go.
Science is like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends.
Uh-oh.
Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
I hope your attitude to science is a little bit more friendly than that. Midnight a minute. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Science!
It's good to have you here. And Zirodova, are there So, Zirodova, most paleontologists do not work with dinosaurs at all whatsoever. The vast majority of paleontologists never work on dinosaurs. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general. Everything from, as I always say, from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales, from fossil frogs to fossil ferns, and everything in between. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg. But they are what I happen to work on. Although I am also starting to get involved with these lovely critters. This incredible beast, Dermachelys coriacea, the leatherback turtle. Next week, I'm going to Florida. Taking you along with me. We'll be doing some streams from there. But I'm getting involved with leatherback turtle research and conservation. These are creatures that lived alongside the dinosaurs, and they still survive to this day. It's like they're straight out of the Cretaceous period, because they kind of are. So yeah, pretty awesome. I cannot wait. So I've been obsessed with these particular animals for a year now, ever since my trip to Puerto Rico last year. Got to see some of their nesting beaches. Now I'm gonna see some nesting turtles, I hope. Cannot wait. So I work on dinosaurs, and I'm starting to work on leatherback turtles too. But yeah. And ferns are very cool. Zeoduke, absolutely. In fact, there's a book I need to read sometime soon about ferns. And it's called Ferns. Recently published book. But yeah, lessons in survival from Earth's most adaptable plants. Ferns are important, and they're some of my favorite plants. Cool critters. Yeah. And you want to go back again to Florida? I'm glad you had a good time, Salamander. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah. And there you go, Gimlet. Yeah. Anywho, let me scroll up a little bit. There you go, Trash Nomancer. Yeah. Not like Zay Shop. You know, I kind of like that too, Brick Griff. But Zach Chap, I think, works. I like when you've got a double concept you can split up.
Certainly, there are many more dinosaurs waiting to be discovered.
It's true.
Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
And I'm actually going to be out there in Wyoming digging up more dinosaurs, including several new species, at the beginning of June. And I hope some of you will tune into that if you're interested. I'll be out there with my crew again in Wyoming, led by Ethan Cowgill of the Mesozoic Research Center, which is this little non-profit that he put together to help us raise money and everything. We've been doing this for half a decade now, out there in western Wyoming, digging up dinosaurs in a geological formation that's pretty much untouched. There's no dinosaurs known from there.
Elasmosaurus.
And Banandan, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We'll be continuing our work out there. We had a big fundraiser a couple weeks ago to raise money for a second vehicle, so we can send a crew out there to prospect for more sites. We'll be discovering more dinosaurs. We'll be digging up some of the ones that we discovered in previous years. It's going to be a very full summer, and they're actually leaving in just 4 days. I'm a little bit late to the party this year. I'll be joining them at the beginning of June. But they're going May 15th until June 30th this year. I'll be there for about 2 weeks right in the middle. And I'll be streaming, hopefully, every day. So if you've ever wanted to know what it's like to be on a dinosaur dig, I'll show you. Not just tell, I'll show you. It's going to be a lot of fun. Just mind the heat and the fires currently. I'm sorry to hear that, Alexander. I know that Florida's been having a really bad drought so far this year. And hibiscus, we were talking about plants briefly, but I need to bring this back around to this guy. The true king of England.
A real dinosaur?
And Benny and the Beast, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Oh, sorry. Ouch. That's not him. Who's that guy? No. Hang on. There he is. I don't know who this guy is. The Royal DJ. Oh. Is he a disc jockey, Cast the Dreamer? Makes sense, I suppose. Be Happy 420, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Okay. Oh boy. This is a little goofy, but it's fun, you know? A hedgehog? And a red squirrel? Red squirrels are kind of an emblematic creature in the UK, aren't they? A badger? But red squirrels, they were being outcompeted by invasive gray squirrels or something, right? A trash that's you're probably not wrong. Oh boy. They might try and get rid of the animals too, though. Makes sense. Charlie's Dragon, yeah. That is really nice, you know? A little corny, but...
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
And Jordan Steinke, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Lenina says, I'm overjoyed that he's still so spry. I mean... I'm not going to say that this is the reason why, but when you get out there and you immerse yourself in nature, you find joy in all of our non-human neighbors around us, animals and plants and fungi and other organisms. I'm not going to say it's a panacea, but it's good for you, you know? I'm sure that's a contributing factor to this guy still being so spry, you know? Yeah, we like to do things in a fun way, says Nuffler. When you say we, you mean residents of the United Kingdom? Because it's clear you do, yeah. Salamander says he stood up quicker and easier than I do. What's the phrase? It's not the years, it's the mileage. Although he's certainly traveled a lot of miles too. Thank you. Use Asterion for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for following. Anyway, very happy 100th birthday to England's true king, David Attenborough.
This wasp is Attenborough.
And hang on a second. Zeradova says, do we have any estimates for how many individual dinosaurs ever got fossilized? Oh, I thought, when I first read that, I thought you were asking how any individual dinosaurs became fossilized. Well, yeah, we could tell that, this one was in a lake, covered up by silty sediment. That one's from a river. This one's from an ocean bottom, stuff like that. But no, how many individual dinosaurs actually got fossilized? We can come up with estimates for that kind of thing, but you tweak any of those individual variables and you just completely throw off the number. It's like a Drake equation kind of thing, if you're familiar with that concept. Not... not this Drake. No. Drake equation. There. It's kind of like that. Where, like, tweaking any of those variables really changes things a whole lot. So, like, first you have to estimate how many different individual dinosaurs do you think lived over the course of the Mesozoic. And how many of them are likely to have been fossilized at any point. And then later those fossils were eroded away when what was a depositional environment turned into an erosional environment. What's the percentage of those that have eroded away, and how many are still around, and how likely is fossilization? There's just a ton of variables, and each one of those has big ranges of uncertainty around it, and so it gets tricky. Yeah. And ever do deep sea fossil hunting? Asks Zach Jepp. No, I don't think I will. Largely because you're not likely to find dinosaurs down there, and dinosaurs are mostly what I'm interested in. There have been a couple of dinosaur fossils found in the deep sea, but they have been entirely by accident. In the sense that this is not from the ocean, but this is from within the city limits of Denver, Colorado. They were they brought over a drill rig and they took a core sample, and it happened to go right through a dinosaur bone. There it is right there. You can see that bone texture. I think it's probably Thessaliosaurus. But, yeah. Could be Thessaliosaurus or Edmontosaurus. But if you're going to find dinosaurs in the deep sea, it's going to be in a situation like this, where you're doing like a core drill and you just have like a tiny little plug of a dinosaur, and you can go, yep, I guess that's a dinosaur. But that's about all you could say, you know? Yeah. And there you go, yeah. A core drill in the Norwegian Sea brought a part of an extinct bird? I thought it was a non-avian dinosaur. Or maybe there's different. Maybe there's several examples. But anyway, yeah. But finding dinosaur fossils in ocean bottom sediments is almost unheard of. And it's a really bad place to look because it would be extremely expensive and potentially dangerous to go looking for fossils down there. And then how do you excavate them? How do you get them safely out of, like, digging under hundreds of feet of water is basically impossible. Like, you could use the tiniest fraction of the budget you would need for that kind of thing and find so many dinosaurs here on land, like my crew is going to do out in Wyoming in just a few days. There's another thing too, in that, like, most of the rocks on ocean floors are fairly young. Here's the thing, is that ocean floor sediments, oceanic crust is more dense than continental crust. And when it rises out of these, like, spreading ridges like this, the plates go out to the sides, and then they generally plunge beneath continental crust, and they get recycled down into the mantle. And eventually they go deep enough and they just get melted back into the Earth's mantle. So the very oldest oceanic crust that we have, excuse me, anywhere on the planet is, like, from the beginning of the Jurassic period. It's the very, very oldest anywhere in the world. Whereas on land, you can find rocks that are much, much, much older. So a lot of the ocean bottom sediments that we have in the world today are not even old enough to have dinosaur fossils in them. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Nordic Gale says, but you find fossils on raised former ocean floors. True. Yeah, if it's on continental crust. So sometimes when you have sea levels that rise throughout Earth history, you get oceans that form on the continental crust. Like here, let's go to, say, 90 million years ago is a great example. Sea levels were very high about 90 million years ago. And North America right here, where I live, this is where I live right now, the San Francisco Bay Area, that was underwater at the time. And the middle of North America was also underwater at the time. Sea levels were really high, so even some of the continental crust became submerged under rising sea levels. So you can find all kinds of ocean animals in Nebraska and Kansas and Oklahoma on the continental crust. Nowadays, sea level has dropped. There's been uplift here, and so this stuff is now well above sea level. So falling ocean levels and uplift of the land both acted to make all of this dry land today. And now you can find fossils of ocean organisms here. So yeah. Anywho. And Florida didn't exist, says Trash Nomancer. Well, I mean, Florida's a pretty new landmass as far as dry land goes. You look through most of Earth history, 66 million years ago. Like, by this time, much of the Western Interior Sea has already disappeared. Florida's still underwater. 50 million years ago, same. 35 million years ago, well, Florida was actually bigger then because sea levels were lower. But yeah. 20 million years ago, it's underwater again. And now today, it is barely above water. I think the water table is something like 12 feet below land level. Or, I think average elevation in Florida is something like 12 feet across the entire state. So it's a very flat state. It's, not exactly high elevation. I can show you the tallest mountain in all of peninsular Florida. It's called Sugarloaf Mountain. There we go. Ready? Here it is. Right here. Look at that. This is not a joke. Murph says, that's a mountain down here. It is, yeah. Called Sugarloaf Mountain. Sugarloaf Mountain. There we go. It's the most prominent point in the U.S. state of Florida. 312 feet above sea level. 312 feet. It's the highest point on geographic, the Florida Peninsula. There you go. Yeah. Apparently bicyclists really like this. They go there just to be able to ride downhill. It's the only place you could do that in Florida, pretty much. Yeah. And this is also Florida's wine country, as I understand it. Where it was at one point, and then it got too warm or something like that. Yeah. The mountain consists of relic sand dunes, sand ridges and dunes formed in a marine shoreline environment about 2 million years ago during the Pleistocene. Since the Pleistocene, the sands comprising the mountain have probably been uplifted due to isostatic rebound of the crust beneath the Florida platform. Yeah. Here's a view from the top, which it is like the best view in Florida, as I've heard, if you want to see for miles and miles. So if and when Florida sinks below the waves once more, like if we as human beings don't get our act together and stop human-induced climate change and the rising sea levels that are already happening a few centimeters per decade. If we don't stop that now, this will be one of the few dry land places in Florida left in, like, I don't know, a century or two, you know? So yeah. Anyhow, Eos Asterian says, please close it. I'm so afraid of heights. You're safe now. It's okay. Gotta become semi-aquatic like my Sukian, says Alexander Morrison. Yeah. You know, they've got the right idea, those crocs. Yeah. Anywho. I've got some relatives who live there, actually. Not far from Sugarloaf Mountain. So anywho, one of the people who was working to warn people about all this is Attenborough. He had been criticized in the past, and maybe rightfully so, for trying to show nature in a pristine state, kind of untouched by the hand of man, you know? Here's all of this beautiful, wild nature. And they worked very, very hard to, like, set up the shots so there are not fences in the background, or buildings, or cars, or Tesco shopping bags, and McDonald's drink cups and stuff like that. Like, and a lot of people, a lot of conservationists, people who've devoted their lives to trying to preserve these natural environments and the species in it. A lot of people had very mixed feelings about that. They're like, well, it's great that David Attenborough is showing this, that his programs are bringing this to people, but maybe it's giving folks the wrong idea. This idea that there's still so much untouched wilderness left in the world when there's, in reality, very little. And I think partly in response to that, Attenborough worked on this documentary here. One of his best known nowadays. I think one of his best overall. It's,
I am David Attenborough, and I am 93.
He's 100
I've had
now.
the most extraordinary life. It's only now that I appreciate how extraordinary. The living world is a unique and spectacular marvel. Yet the way we humans live on Earth is sending it into a decline. Human beings have overrun the world. We're replacing the wild with the tame. This film is my witness statement and my vision of the future. The story of how we came to make this our greatest mistake. And how, if we act now, we can yet put it right. Our planet is headed for disaster. We need to learn how to work with nature rather than against it. And I'm going to tell you how.
It's good stuff. There's an associated book, which is, I got as an audiobook, really good. Attenborough actually narrates it, which is what clinched it for me. It's like, okay, this is the real deal, you know? It would have been nice if somebody else had narrated it. It's so much better that he actually does it himself, given that it is written from a first-person perspective. It is his autobiography to a certain extent. You can find it in various places online. Get to find out how spicy David is willing to get. Well, that's the thing, is that it's... Sometimes... people like me wish that he would have gotten a bit more strident, named names, so to speak. But that isn't his style, you know? And I can understand that. He's trying to reach an audience as wide as possible. And he's done an excellent job of it. I remember sitting down and watching that program with my mom years ago, and it's not really the sort of thing she's normally interested in.
And if dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small creatures like this, living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
It's true. Dark Lady Samael, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. I agree, Zerodova. Yeah, absolutely. Indigenous people being denied their ancestral land to protect it and such. Yeah, and also this idea that, like, if land has been at all touched by human hands, then, like, oh, well, it's ruined now. Might as well just pave it all over and build a parking lot over it. Because, like, it isn't pristine anymore. It's like, that's completely the wrong idea. And I think that's one of the things that Attenborough kind of fights against in that documentary when he shows Chernobyl. That's kind of like the bookend to the whole documentary. Here's the spot that human beings messed up pretty badly, and then they left, and then look who moves back in. All of our natural neighbors. Everything from deer to wolves to native fern species, and, like, it's just become kind of a natural paradise in a way. Not to be too cutesy about it, but yeah, and that's kind of how he frames the documentary. It was cool. Yeah. And there you go, MacMaster. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He can't say it outright via publicly funded channels. It's a good point, MacMaster. It's a good point. There you go, Trash Nomancer. As a rock hound, I really dislike how people leave buildings all over my collection sites. Fair. Can I ask where you do your rock hounding? Which region? I would meet a lot of rock hounds in Utah when I do my work out there, but yeah, apart from that, I haven't really met too many enthusiasts for rocks. But yeah. There we go. Back to this. We started this and then got some rains.
Attenborough Tau, named after Sir David Attenborough in honour of his 100th birthday.
So here's the thing that you got to understand about this. As scientists, especially people in biological fields like paleontology, zoology, entomology, like, the highest honor that we can bestow upon a person is naming a critter after them. To the point where there are a lot of scientists who are like, I would never in a million years name a new critter after somebody who's still alive because it's too much of an honor. It has to be posthumous. I wouldn't do that, you know? Because these names, if we do it right, and if you name a critter that you know is unique and isn't going to get sunk into a different species or whatever, this is a name that is going to stand forever. And so this is affording that person a certain degree of immortality. David Attenborough has had a number of different critters named after him while he is around on this planet. He just turned 100, and now I think we're going to see more of this, you know?
This is an ichneummonid wasp, and these are types of parasitoid wasps. So this is a lifestyle which involves the wasp
big surgeon.
paralyzing
Very
a
cool.
host insect or spider.
That's awesome,
temporarily
Trashnomancer. Oh, shoot. I saw a huge thing of big Sir Jade that was brought up from the ocean floor near Pacific Grove, California. It's in their museum there. The Natural History Museum of Pacific Grove is really, really good. Here. Yeah. Huge pieces of Pacific Jade. And they've got a really neat exhibit with like a scuba diver. Oh, they've changed this around a bit since then. Lovely little museum. If you're ever in Monterey, California, and you're looking for stuff to do aside from just the aquarium or tide pooling, there's a lovely little natural history museum in Pacific Grove. Just a short walk from the Monterey Bay Aquarium. It is absolutely worth a visit. Charming little museum. But yeah, Monterey is one of my favorite places in the world, Trashnomancer. It's pretty exquisite. Yeah. And Zeradova's got another question. Let's see here. And it's feathers for dinosaurs, yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about, or am I not really making sense? Yeah, so we now have evidence that a bunch of different dinosaurs had feathers. We know of probably about 80 species now at this point. Mostly theropod dinosaurs, so the same group of dinosaurs that birds evolved from. And a few of these are really kind of straddling the line, like Anchiornis here. There's debate over whether this critter is just a very, very bird-like dinosaur, or whether it actually is legitimately a proper bird. But it is absolutely a done deal now. We know that a bunch of different dinosaur species had feathers. And to bring it back to what we were talking about, let's take a look at this. Did Velociraptor have feathers? The answer is yes. Yep. And so this was a few years ago that they made this. There's probably closer to 80 species now. Maybe even 100. Yeah. Most of these are theropods, the group that's most closely related to birds, the group that birds evolved from. But we even have some tantalizing evidence of feathers in distantly related groups of dinosaurs, like the Neornithischian dinosaurs, maybe even ornithopods, maybe ceratopsians. Yeah. Most of them, really. Yeah. And Crimson, I've heard Daranash say that there's evidence of velociraptorine dromaeosaurs from the same strata as Tarbosaurus from the Nemegt Formation. We're not sure whether or not they actually are Velociraptor which is from the Dijacta Formation, but they just decided to call it Velociraptor because whatever it is hasn't been named yet. Pretty cool. Yeah, quill knobs, as we call them. So we don't have the fossil feathers themselves for Velociraptor. We don't have any specimens that are that well preserved with, like, extraordinary Lagerstatten-style preservation. But we have traces on the fossil bones. We've got those quill knobs there, those indents where the feathers would go. So we know for a fact that Velociraptor had feathers. And relatives of it, like Zhen Chuanlong, like David Attenborough showed earlier, that is a member of the same family, the Dromaeosauridae. We've got multiple members of this family from China who do have that extraordinary preservation. So we could tell if they had scaly skin or if they had feathers, and they definitely had feathers. Turkey. Oh, if anything, it makes them more scary. Welcome back, Mr. Twinkie. Good to have you here. And hang on.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, thank you, Liz Labyrinth, for the kind words and for the follow. It's good to have you here. Yep. There you go. Feathers. Dinosaurs invented them, it seems. Birds have feathers today. They're the only group of animals that have feathers. That's not how it started off. Feathers are not a bird thing. Feathers seem to be a dinosaur thing that birds just inherited, you know? Birds got really lucky in that their ancestors evolved feathers, and they were the lucky recipients. Let me caution, thank you for the 19 months of support. Good, very early morning. It's late afternoon where I am here, but I'm glad you're having a good, very early morning, let me caution. There's a view out the window right now. Well, at least from the Lawrence Hall of Science. Just down the road from me. Beautiful marine layer here. You barely see the Golden Gate Bridge. It's just barely perceptible there. But yeah. Hope you're having a good early morning. Let me go. It's good to see you. Was the heat down there? Not bad at all. Yeah. Here. 19 degrees Celsius, 67 Fahrenheit. I was out walking around earlier this morning. Beautiful day today. We've got this warm air coming from California's Central Valley. It's meeting the cool air of the Pacific. That's forming this nice marine fog layer out there. It's what you want to see. You know, this is how it's supposed to be here. For all this climate change made the fog less common. The weather is very nice here, but I'm very lucky, Sandwiches Priest. It's one of the things I love about living in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah. Can't complain. Yeah. The fog definitely does cool things down. Well, it's not that the fog itself cools things down, so much as the fog is the result of cool air coming off of the Pacific and mixing with here.
In San Francisco? Well, first we have to remember that fog is just a ground cloud. So why do clouds form? Well, clouds form when there's enough moisture in the air and the air is cold enough so that moisture takes into the shape of tiny little liquid water droplets. So how does that happen off the coast of San Francisco? Well, the oceans are really, really cold. So the oceans not only provide the moisture, but they also make it cold enough so that moisture turns into tiny liquid water droplets that form a cloud. But that doesn't mean why those foggy clouds move into San Francisco. And for that, you need to know about why land heats up. So when the sun comes out, the land heats up a lot faster.
And I know where this is. Yeah, this is Sutro Point, right? Sutro Tower is up here. I think it's Market Street going down into the city. There's the financial district. This footage is from a while ago because I don't see the Salesforce Tower there. 7 years ago, shoot. And there's San Francisco Bay. Here's where I am, somewhere over here.
Than the water does. And what that does is that air over land tends to rise in the atmosphere, for the same reason why you'd ride in a hot air balloon and not a cold air balloon. But as air rises over land, other air has to fill in behind it. So what that does is it takes all of that cloudy air, the foggy air off the coast of San Francisco, and it moves it onshore to replace all of the rising air that happens further inland.
Yep.
And then you end up getting fog. And that's why we tend to see fog most often in San Francisco in the summertime, when just in the interior parts of California, temperatures can rise up into the hundreds of degrees. Meanwhile, it's still pretty cool off the coast of California. The larger the difference between the land and the ocean temperatures, the more likely you'll see fog.
Yep. So that's one of the reasons why the fog is decreasing over time. Is because the ocean is also heating up. So you have less of a difference between the hot land and the cool ocean. If the ocean's heating up, then you're going to have less of a difference, you're going to have less fog. So yeah. And there you go, Rushwing, yeah. Yeah. Cool stuff. Yeah, here, take a look at this news report about that. But another one of the impacts of climate change.
Not just hot in the East Bay and the North Bay and the South Bay. It was actually hot
3 years ago.
in the city of San Francisco, bringing people out to Ocean Beach. We saw some people jumping in the water to cool off. And what you don't see here is fog, which is a little unusual this time of year. KPIX5's Andrea Borba tells us it is a trend that scientists are looking at. Hi, Andrea.
Hi, Sarah. The fog here in San Francisco is so famous it has multiple nicknames, including Carl, May Gray, June Gloom, No Sky, July, and the list goes on. But locals say they've noticed a change in the past few years. The fog seems to be lightening up, and some scientists say there is evidence to back that up.
It's late June. There should be tourists wandering around freezing in newly purchased Alcatraz sweatshirts and shorts, a Golden Gate Bridge shrouded in fog. Instead, there are aggressively blue skies everywhere, no marine layer in sight.
That's a
it's
problem.
so hot and sunny, Carl the Fog himself tweeted, R.I.P. San Francisco, 1776. 2022. It's not just that today is warm. Locals say the gray summer weather pattern ingrained in San Francisco lore is changing.
June is beautiful. I mean, we just closed for vacation for a week, and we normally would do that because it was foggy in June. There's no fog in June anymore, so it's quite strange.
Sean Clancy is the owner of Clancy's Market on Irving Street in the Outer Sunset. Born and raised in Bernal Heights.
And what's funny is the Sunset District in San Francisco, this used to be like, everybody said sunset is like a misnomer because you never see the sun because it's always so foggy. That's what my dad would say. He grew up in the city. And now you can see the sunset on the regular.
He'd never come out here in his youth.
Only if it was an 85-degree day because the fog was so thick. I mean, wasn't much to do. Coming from the mission, that's where the sun was.
It's not just Sean's imagination. The USGS.
So the Mission is another district in San Francisco, and that has a particular like climate there in that area that's usually much warmer and sunnier than other parts of the city. It's really interesting, all the different microclimates in San Francisco. It's right there on the ocean, and you've got all these big hills and everything, and there's, you know, wind is carrying things around in certain areas, and then it gets stopped by the hills, so you can just get this really nice assortment of different microclimates, all within a very small area. We're talking about 7 miles by 7 miles, and you can get, you know, in one part of the city, it's bright and sunny and warm. In another part of the city, it's dark and foggy and cold. And that's just how it works there in the city.
USGS's Pacific Coastal Fog Project in 2010 noted that summertime fog hours had receded 33% over the last century. Brian Garcia, a warning coordination meteorologist with the National Weather Service, says,
the thing that I've seen over the years is during drought times, it seems like we end up with less marine life.
And it's about 40 million people in California, Andrew, remember?
Which is fascinating.
40.
We are in year 3 of a drought, and it's not just less fog at Ocean Beach and around the Golden Gate.
But during the 2011 to 2016 drought, up in Humboldt, we saw a significant lack of marine layer, and I think the same was true here as well.
Owner of Doggy Bathomat on Irving, Matt Sarajoli, says he's noticed the change.
It sure seems like it. I mean, it's not July or August yet, so we'll see, but it seems like in the last 10 years or so, it is sunnier and warmer.
Now, Garcia with the National Weather Service says there's no indication that the fog won't return during a neutral kind of rainfall year or an El Nino year, but during this La Nina, it sure appears that during these drought years, the fog seems to dissipate and recede and isn't as strong as we're seeing out here at Ocean Beach today. Sarah?
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Anyway, right now, let me refresh. But yeah, we've got this lovely marine layer out there right now. You can see through the live cam. And so, it's nice to see some fog here. We've been getting less and less of it in recent years with the climate warming. And yes, Claire, the Mission District of San Francisco is in San Francisco. So yeah, it's on the San Francisco side of the Bay Bridge. That's where Ios and Lordy used to live. Here's different neighborhoods. Yeah, Intermission is here, Mission Dolores is there. So this area here we kind of call the Mission. The Castro is over here too. Bernal Heights is like this big hilly area. Here's the downtown. There's the Bay Bridge. And there's Yerba Buena Island right there. I'm over on this side of the bay over here. And then the Pacific Ocean is this over here. So there's Ocean Beach, Pacific Ocean. There's the Golden Gate Bridge that goes up to Marin. If there's any Star Trek fans in the chat, then I think that's where Starfleet is headquartered. I've seen a couple of Star Trek movies now at this point. And Starfleet seems to be either over here in the Presidio, where I used to work, or on the other side of the bridge, up in Sausalito, or both. They never seem very clear about that. As a longtime Bay Area resident, born and raised here, I'm always looking for that, you know? Oh, wait, I know this, I know that. You know? Yeah. How to do it says, I believe it is the Presidio. I think it's both, because in some shots they definitely show they're looking south at San Francisco across the Golden Gate Strait. Like here. This is basically up by the Marine Mammal Center, and you're looking south at San Francisco in the distance, across the bay. Same with right here. So that's in Sausalito. That's not San Francisco. Yeah. Probably both, says Sandwiches Breeze. That might make sense. Yeah, and here it's definitely up on the Marin Peninsula north of San Francisco. What is this? Yeah. But yeah, here a longtime Star Trek fan, I guess, is talking about San Francisco in the context of Star Trek. Anyhow, yeah, a fistful of datas. Okay. Data is already plural. Data are already plural, Clairbird. I always thought they should have called him Datum. But I guess there is more than one of him, right? What's his evil brother called? Lorne or something like that? Lore, thank you, Reality Ripple, yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Copernicus. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff up there on the Marin side. Do the maths. There you go, and it, yeah. Actually, while we're on this kick right now, let's talk a little bit about the San Francisco microclimates, because I'm curious about this. People seem interested. And we might be doing some IRL streams from San Francisco at some point soon. But yeah, check this out. Also from the Exploratorium here. This intro. From 15 years ago. Okay, so this video is a little on the old side. I dig it.
Here we are in San Francisco, a city with weather as diverse as its cultures. We have something very special. It's called a microclimate. And the microclimate is shaped by the hills and valleys and the fact that there's an ocean on one side of us and a bay on the other.
And hang on, I'm already going to go, oh, well, actually, but I've been told before by a climate scientist that San Francisco actually has a bunch of plural microclimates. And I always thought of these as like being district-wide, where it's like, oh, the Mission is very warm and the Sunset is foggy and colder. And I was told that is incorrect. The microclimates are actually much smaller and more granular than that. We're talking about like maybe a couple of city blocks or something. That constitutes a microclimate. That seems to be disagreeing with what they're saying here.
As we meander around the city, we'll find temperature differences of 10 degrees. You can be in the sunset in a cold fog bank.
Yep.
And then just step across a line at the crest of a hill and be in bright sunlight and warm weather. Especially if you go down that hill into the Mission District. San Francisco has some serious hills. Sutro Hill is over 900 feet above sea level, and I'm standing at sea level. That's quite a serious climb for me, a hiker or a bicyclist. And it's even a serious climb for the marine layer blowing in from the Pacific Ocean. That cold air has to make it up over that 900-foot high hill. It can't do it most of the time. And when it does, you see the fog indicating where that marine layer is, creeping over the top of the hill. But then it has to fall down the far side. Now, here's the interesting thing. When the air falls down from above over a hill, it gets compressed as it moves down to higher pressures. And that compression warms it and evaporates the fog. So the foggy air just vanishes as it arrives downtown or in the Mission District. And that's why we have microclimates.
Cool.
Behind me is the Golden Gate Bridge. And the bridge deck on the Golden Gate Bridge is 230 feet above the water. The top of the towers is...
So I've done streams from the Golden Gate Bridge before. Here. Did this a couple years ago, I think.
Summer. For now, we're talk to people sometimes and they're like, oh yeah, that's so pretty the way that they built the bridge like that. That's all for show, right? They don't realize that these are structural. Like, that's what allows the bridge deck to be held up. So there's basically like a steel pipe, but inside of that, you have these thousands of steel cables. Oh, let's wave to the tourists. Got these thousands of steel cables in there, all tightly interwoven. Oh, and take a look at this. A seaplane. You see that right there?
The camera's barely picking it up, it's so small. I don't have a zoom lens on this camera. It's a pontoon plane, a float plane, a seaplane. And you can actually book tours on those. Otter Duet's on a seaplane diet, I've heard. Is that right, Otter Duet?
Live stream. Back when I was moving...
Anywho, I'm like about 200 feet above above the bay there, or above... This is where the bay meets the ocean, so this is the Golden Gate Strait in between, this water inlet. But, oh, and I was going to give you a link to that if you want to watch that VOD. There we go. So, 54 views, it's not terrible, but that's not great either. Yeah.
Is 750 feet above the water.
Here we go.
Behind me is the Golden...
Oh, and somebody was mentioning that you can walk across the Golden Gate Bridge, like I was doing in that clip, but you should not try and walk across the Bay Bridge. That's no longer as true as it once was. You can now walk across, well, not across, but you can walk halfway across the Bay Bridge now. You can walk from Oakland to Yerba Buena Island. Since the bridge was renovated a few years back, there is now a walking and bicycling trail on the eastern span of the Bay Bridge. So in between Oakland and Yerba Buena Island. And one of these days I really want to do this. I haven't done it yet. But, yeah. But then because they redid the bridge on that side, partly because, 1989, and during the Loma Prieta earthquake, the bridge partially collapsed. The cantilever section of the bridge on the east side. So they rebuilt this, and it is now stronger than ever. So hopefully this isn't going to happen again. Oh yeah, there we go. That's what caused it was really the kick in the pants that the politicians needed to redo the bridge. Is like, oh shoot, yeah, part of it collapsed, huh? Nowadays, with the new one, you can walk or ride your bike across it. And I really want to do that one of these days. Yeah. But the other half of the bridge that goes from Yerba Buena Island to San Francisco, they didn't have any problem with that. So they're like, they didn't bother redoing it. But that means you can't walk across there. You can only walk halfway across. So yeah. Yeah. And Nordic Gale says the Golden Gate the bridge or the area? It's the Golden Gate is the strait of water that goes through. So here is San Francisco. Here's Marin Peninsula. Here's the East Bay. So I'm over here. But here's San Francisco. The Golden Gate is this strait of water that goes through from the Pacific Ocean to San Francisco Bay. It's called the Golden Gate because when gold miners were coming through in the mid-1800s, they would pass through the Golden Gate to come in search of gold here in the Bay Area. And then later, a big bridge was built across it during the 1930s. So like nearly a century later. Well, not a century, 70 years later. Whatever. Thank you, Dark Tarkanis, for the 62 months of support. Appreciate that. So it was called the Golden Gate long before anybody dreamed of a bridge to go across. That make sense? Yeah. And cool, MacMaster, yeah. Started a lot of the San Francisco earthquakes back at school in the 90s. It's fascinating stuff. Yeah.
Moving back to California from Montana, I was so homesick. Really wanted to get back here to the Bay Area. And here, we'll rest in the shade here for a second. I found out about the San Francisco seaplane adventures. You get on them right over there in Sausalito. And then at the time, they had one that would go all the way up to Lake Tahoe, would land on the lake, and would let you off there at Tahoe City. And so I had planned to do that at one point. I was going to see if I couldn't afford a ticket or anything, but I was going to ask if I could do some graphic design for them at the time. And then get a trip up there, because that's where my mom was living temporarily. She had moved to a tiny little cabin up there. Oh, and we've got dolphins. Well. See those down there? How lucky are we?
I really can't see them. Almost every time I've come here, I've seen dolphins.
There's another one over there, too.
I don't have a zoom lens on this camera.
Can you tell what kind? I think they're common dolphins, in case it's no art. I've seen them here many times before. That's where they love to hang out. We'll see if they come back up for air.
But yeah, last time I was here, which was in beginning of March, something like that. I don't know if I got any pictures of them. But yeah, just about every time I go back, I think pretty much every time I've walked across the Golden Gate Bridge, I've seen dolphins down there. Dolphins and harbor porpoises. I saw 2 different species there last time I went. And North Lake Tahoe, Mr. Twinkie, yeah. Kings Beach. Got some family history up there. Anywho, Golden Gate Bridge, let's get back to this. And Moose says, when I was in San Francisco years ago, a fishing boat was at the wharf full of fish. The crew had quit and just left it. We were down there after they opened it after a couple of weeks, full of rotted fish. Ugh. Still remember the smell to this day? That's horrific. I mean, I'm sure it didn't smell good even before everything had been rotting in there for a few weeks.
Behind me is the Golden Gate Bridge. And the bridge deck on the Golden Gate Bridge is 230 feet above the water. The top of the towers is 750 feet above the water. We can use those as a gauge when the fog comes in to measure the height of the fog. And you have to realize the hills of San Francisco are 200 feet higher than the top of the towers on
That's
the Golden
impressive.
Gate Bridge.
Yeah.
The hills
Again,
of
that's
San Francisco were formed
Marin over
far
there.
in the geologic
San
past.
Francisco's on the other side.
It turns out there's a Pacific Ocean conveyor belt, the floor of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah. Oh man, callback again. We need like a callback sound effect or something. But this is what I was talking about earlier with that oceanic crust that plunges beneath the continental crust. This is exactly what's going on here.
There's a Pacific Ocean conveyor belt. The floor of the Pacific Ocean is moving. There was a spreading center off the coast of California. And that meant that island arcs, like the one we called Japan, were being crushed into the coast of California. Well, this continuous motion eventually built up mountain ranges. It built up the Sierra Nevada. And now there's a mountain range that really controls the climate.
Yep.
On the west side of the Sierra, we have the fertile valleys of California. On the east side, where all the moist air is blocked and all the rain has fallen out, we have the deserts of Nevada.
Yep.
The same thing happens here in San Francisco. Our mountain ranges in San Francisco are the result of these tectonic forces, the moving plates of the earth, which pushed them up millions of years ago, and here they are today, the hills of San Francisco that shape our weather.
Cool stuff. I love this vintage YouTube. That's great. Thank you, Exploratorium. Here's a link to that video here. And Freel Peak. Is that the one that's directly above Kings Beach? Because I may have done that hike, Mr. Twinkie. No, South Lake Tahoe. Never mind. Anywho, yeah. Back to David Attenborough here. Here, I'll give you a link to this video if you want to watch the rest of it. We've had so many false starts with this. I don't want to start it again from the beginning. At least not at the moment. Let's take a look at this. Different specimens that the Natural History Museum in London calls their Attenborough specimens. What's this about? Let's have a look-see here.
Here in the quiet of the collection.
And you can still absolutely do that, Copernicus Cat. You buy a crab fresh cooked off the boat. They're doing that as we speak right now at Fisherman's Wharf. Yeah. I don't eat crabs, but you know, the bread there from Boudin and other places is superb.
Are millions of specimens. Each one is a small piece of a much larger story. Among them are two that carry a familiar name. A beetle, still a part of our world today, and an ancient marine reptile, a fossil from a world that existed 200 million years ago, named after Sir David Attenborough. These specimens are more than a tribute. They're a reflection of an extraordinary life spent observing, understanding, and communicating the natural world, and a belief that what we record and preserve today will matter long into the future.
That's beautiful. This is like the mantra of the paleontologist, you know? This is why we go out into the field and collect fossils. We know that they'll be there in the museum long after we ourselves, as individual human beings, have passed away. The people who collected these things, we're building a legacy for the future so that other researchers will be able to study these things long after we're dead, and the public will be able to enjoy them. And being able to affix a name to that, to honor somebody, that is that is like the highest honor that we as scientists can bestow upon somebody. To name a critter after them, or name some sort of scientific concept after them. It proffers a certain degree of, not to be cutesy about it, but immortality, you know?
These are the same values that guide our museum, a place where moments in time are held so that future generations can continue to learn from them.
Exactly, yeah. And Rich says, I recently went to the Field Museum in Chicago, and it was fantastic. The Field Museum also has expansive collections just like this. That is a proper museum in the sense that they have a collection space, too, where research is taking place. These things are being preserved for all time, you know?
Sylvicanthon attenborough is a small bluish-black dung beetle that lives in the Amazon rainforests in Brazil and Peru. Dung beetles are important indicators of ecosystem health. They are clearing up dung in their environment, so they're also indicating the presence of larger species such as jaguars and tapirs. Also, these habitats are often disappearing faster than we can record what is there. So it's really important to have this specimen preserved in our collections, as it's almost like a timestamp. So in hundreds of years to come, scientists can look back at our collections and see the whole picture.
Important stuff. You know, you might be wondering, like, what use is a little beetle, you know, in a museum collections like this? You know, who cares about... Who even cares about beetles, you know? But they're important. Oh, and very cool, MacMaster. You can walk to natural... You're very lucky there. Holy cow. One of the most special places in the world, as far as I'm concerned. And Food Tracker says, to have a dung beetle named after you, Sir David Attenborough is truly living a dream life. I mean, that's the thing, is that beetles are incredibly speciose. There's so many species of beetles. Coleoptera is one of the biggest clades of its rank that we have on the Tree of Life. The beetles, they're quite diverse. There we go. There's more than just the 4 beetles that you probably know. You know? George, Paul, Ringo, and Yoko. There's more than just those 4. Just on this tree alone, which doesn't even have all of them that have been named, 282,000 species that you can look at here on this tree. There's way more than that they didn't even, I guess, have the time or the resources to put on this tree. But there's like over 400,000 named species of beetle, and that's probably only about half or maybe less than half of all the beetle species that exist on our planet today, you know? Yeah. Joel, Crow, Tom, yeah, and Gypsy and Cambot and who is the other human person? There's Joel, and there's apologies to we already got Tom Golganek, not Bob, not Felicia Day, although shout out to Felicia Day who streams here on Twitch. Not Barney. No, what's his name? Shoot. Joel is from the classic era of goodness. It's just distractions galore today, isn't it? It's a Monday. This is to be expected, you know? Bear with me for a second here as I'm trying to figure this out. Windows is being incredibly slow. It's all this AR trash they're shoving into everything. Just breaking my stuff. Go. There we go. Ocean 185 says, I guess beetles aren't going extinct anytime soon. I certainly hope not. You know, they're an incredibly speciose group. And having a lot of species in a lot of different environments, different ecologies, different niches, that's one way to keep from going completely extinct as a group. So yeah. Gosh darn it, what's his name? Joel was first, and then Mike Nelson. There we go. Yeah. How could I forget? Yeah. Anywho, Attenborough's got a whole host of different species named after him now, which tells you how kind of universally beloved he is by naturalists the world over.
To come, scientists can look back at our collections and see the whole picture.
This is a cast of a marine reptile called Attenborough coneybearii.
So this originally, I think, was Plesiosaurus coneybearii, and then it turned out that it probably shouldn't be in genus Plesiosaurus. It's too different. So they had to come up with a new name for it. They're like, this doesn't look like the original Plesiosaurus. So many differences. Give it a new name. And so they called it Attenboroughsaurus, I think. Let's check that. Attenboroughsaurus. Yeah. All right, so it's got a complicated history. But yeah, in 1881, it was named Plesiosaurus coneybearii, and then it became the type specimen for Plesiosaurus laticeps. And then the first animal was thought to be another Plesiosaurus skeleton, but after studies on the plaster cast made of the after the remains, Plesiosaurus coneybearii was assigned a new genus, Attenboroughsaurus, by Bobby B. Robert T. Bacher. I didn't know he named Attenboroughsaurus. That's so funny. I didn't know that was Bacher who did that. Yeah. Well, we've got Bacher to thank for this, I guess.
It's been dated to 200 million years ago when the Earth was a lot wetter and warmer, and on land the dinosaurs were just starting to get going. So this specimen belongs to a group of marine reptiles known as...
And hang on. Is this the same Mark Jones that... I was talking with him at SVP, and I think... I think there's a couple of Mark Joneses, but I think this is the same Mark Jones that I was hanging out with in 2014 at the Mid-Mesozoic meeting in Utah. 2014. I don't know if I have... But he worked on, I think, fossil lizards and snakes. HM. No, that's him. Small world.
Plesiosaurs. When the Earth was...
He wasn't as gray back then, and I was certainly not as old back then either.
It was a lot wetter and warmer, and on land the dinosaurs were just starting to get going. So this specimen belongs to a group of marine reptiles known as plesiosaurs. They have a body shape that's not found in any living animal today. It's a cast of the type specimen that was destroyed during the Second World War.
Yep.
And so
So it was, I think it got blown up during the Blitz. So German bombs destroyed the original, which I think might have been one of Mary Anning's plesiosaurs back in the day. So really important specimen. Luckily, someone had made a cast of it, an exact replica, or else this thing would have been lost to science entirely. But based on that cast, they were able to figure out, oh shoot, we shouldn't be calling this plesiosaurus. Should give it a new name.
This cast is effectively the type today. So this specimen is particularly important because a type specimen is a specimen you start with when you're making anatomical comparisons to other specimens to see if they're the same species or closely related species or something new entirely.
Together, these examples show how individual specimens contribute to a much larger scientific picture.
So a single specimen only tells part of the story. Having a large collection means that we are able to look at ecological changes and the impacts that external changes might have on certain species and show how populations change over time and be able to map this.
But accessing and sharing this knowledge is just as important as preserving it.
Digitization is crucial for understanding what we have in the museum and for organizing it.
Nice.
And people thousands of miles away can then look at those 3D digital objects on their own computer and study them without having to visit the museum.
Beyond preservation and access, there is also the question of how we name and organize what we discover.
Taxonomy is what this is. Taxonomy.
Linnaeus, that devised the binomial naming system, he wasn't a huge fan of naming new species of plants and animals after people, and he thought that if you did so, you should do it to honor their contribution to biology and the natural sciences. And so David Attenborough has done more than almost anyone to inspire the next generation of scientists, particularly evolutionary biologists.
Using his name as the species name for this particular specimen and species helps to preserve this legacy into the future. The work in his documentaries highlighting human stories and how humans are able to interact with the natural world and that it's a part of everyone, it surrounds all of us, is really, really special. And I think he was able to do that in a way that enabled me to connect to the natural world a lot more.
I hope his legacy lives on for generations to come.
I think it
will. This sense of legacy brings us back to the role of the museum itself.
Specimens that we collect and classify today are the legacy for future generations to be able to look back and know that in this particular point in time, what species existed on our planet, and to be able to look at how the specimens and the natural world has changed over time.
I feel a great responsibility to care about each of the specimens and making sure they are available to future generations.
The work that we're doing will never be finished, not in my lifetime or the next.
And that's a beautiful thing.
And some people think that's quite a daunting task, but I think it's quite exciting. We just never know what's around the corner, and there's still so much to learn and so many more new discoveries to be made.
That's lovely. Oh, what a beautiful video. Thank you, Claire, for sharing that there. Fantastic. And yeah, here, we'll go back to the wasp here. The ichneumoniid wasp, named after David Attenborough.
This wasp is Attenborunculus tau, named after Sir David Attenborough in honour of his 100th birthday. This is an ichneumoniid wasp, and these are types of parasitoid wasps. So this is a lifestyle which involves the wasp paralysing a host insect or spider, temporarily or permanently, and they lay an egg on it or in it, and then its young eat the host alive. That's the parasitoid lifestyle. With my colleague Augustine, we've been looking at some really interesting wasps from Chile, and we found a really nice new species which looked very different from anything that we'd seen before. So we're classifying this in a new genus.
Nice.
We've given this lovely little wasp from Chile the name Attenborunculus to honour Sir David Attenborough.
Attenborunculus.
So we were delighted to name this after Sir David Attenborough because of the huge contributions he's made to everybody's lives, to everybody's understanding of the natural world. And on a sort of personal level, I think it's thanks to David Attenborough that I knew what a taxonomist was when I was far too young to be knowing what a taxonomist was. One of the first books I had when I was young was Life on Earth, and he mentions taxonomy. So from that day onwards, I wanted to be a taxonomist, and bizarrely, that actually happened. I am a taxonomist now, describing...
I love this. This makes me so happy. Like, these are my people, Sorry, some stuff fell over here. Someone knowing from a very young age, like, well, what's the guy's name? Gavin? Well, little Gavin, what do you wish to grow up to be when it comes time to choose a career? He goes, I'm going to be a taxonomist. Like, what in the world is that? Like, I love it when somebody knows that they want to go into the sciences from a really young age. And grown-ups don't know what to think about that. Yeah. Wonder how many people think that a taxonomist works for the IRS or I don't know what they'd call that, the equivalent of the Internal Revenue Service.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. I'll tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you, Lilith Hobo.
In the future. D.
I appreciate that, Lilith Hobo. I really do. Thank you for the 500 bits. And what an appropriate alert, too. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if anything is going to be named after me in my lifetime. I mean, a lot of times something doesn't get named after a scientist until long after she or he has died. So if anything is named something Saurus Anduza I, that might be a really bad sign for me. Well, it'd be a tremendous honor, but it might mean that I had already died. So I'm okay waiting on that, I suppose. But yeah, thank you, Lenina. I appreciate that. It's the nicest thing anybody said to me all day. Like, hey, Danny, I hope you don't die immediately. Thank you, Lenina. I appreciate that. But I don't know. That is like the ultimate honor to be able to receive, to have an organism named after you. That's kind of the nicest thing that any biologist can do for somebody else, is to name a critter after them, So yeah. The tax man. Okay, MacMaster. That makes sense, yeah.
Far too young to be everybody's lives, to everybody's understanding of the natural world. And on a sort of personal level, I think it's thanks to David Attenborough that I knew what a taxonomist was when I was far too young to be knowing what a taxonomist was. One of the first books I had when I was young was Life on Earth, and he mentions taxonomy. So from that day onwards, I wanted to be a taxonomist, and bizarrely, that actually happened. I am.
So, taxonomists, oh man, they're in some ways largely unheralded in the biological sciences. Like, they're not doing the most exciting off-the-wall work. Thank you, Golganek, for the 200 bits.
When you reach your centenary birthday, Danny.
Thank you, Golganek. Thank you for the 200 bits, too. I appreciate you. There will be a while. You're correct, Lenina. Yeah. Taxonomists, I don't know, like their work is very, very important, but it often goes undernoticed, underappreciated. But they're doing that nuts and bolts work that helps determine what are the names that we should call these critters, and are these two the same species or are they different? And that has big ramifications for understanding diversity and evolution. You have to be able to, it's like if you're having a discussion with somebody that might get contentious, you got to define your terms first. Got to make sure that everybody's on the same page, that you're not talking past one another. That's kind of what taxonomists do, is they're figuring out, okay, here's the things and here's what we call them. Here they are, That's the job of a taxonomist.
I'm a taxonomist now, describing new species.
Yeah.
One of the great privileges of being a taxonomist and of describing new species is that you get to name species after people who've inspired you, or people you think, you know, really deserve thanks in print for all they've done. So in this case, you know, David Attenborough is obviously worthy of new species. I mean, David has inspired so many of us to look at the natural world with fresh eyes, to peering into the nooks and crannies. And we hope that by describing this wasp after Sir David, we can inspire other scientists to look in their collections and discover some of the previously unseen wasps that are lurking there.
Very cool. Lovely. Here's a link to that video. Again, taxonomy is important stuff. Maybe a link so you can read more about it if you would like. So some of the other critters named after David Attenborough are Nepenthes attenboroughi, a pitcher plant right here. This is somebody on Blue Sky trying to find 100 different things named after David Attenborough, both organisms and other things like buildings or boats. Attenborough Studio at Natural History Museum of London. The Attenborough Effect, which, what is this? Odd.
Access denied.
403, whatever, okay. There. I think the Blue Sky link might have been broken. The Attenborough Effect is causing plastic pollution to plummet. Holy cow. That is positive news. This is what we were trying to link to. I think that particular link was just broken. But yeah, celebrities have a unique role to play in reducing plastic waste. Yeah, in the last episode of Sir David Attenborough's Blue Planet 2 series, the iconic environmentalist, and I would call him more of a naturalist. I don't know, like, environmentalist seems almost too narrow. But he turned his attention to the growing problem of plastic waste. The episode showed baby birds feeding on bits of plastic, coastlines covered in pollution, and marine environments around the world teeming with plastic waste. Through it all, Attenborough urged viewers to become more sustainable. Become more sustainable? I don't know if that's proper grammar there. But his efforts seem to have paid off. A new report by Global Web Index shows that 53% of people surveyed in the US and UK reduced their single-use plastic over the last 12 months. This is self-reported data, I'm sure, so who knows how much actual impact there was, but still, a positive thing. The authors attribute the steep decline to the Attenborough Effect. I really do think that this is an issue that can only benefit from having a loud and powerful voice. Nice. Fantastic. We've got a species of echidna that may or may not be extinct now, named after Attenborough, called Attenborough's echidna. Cerdavidia solanona, a plant from Gabon, named after Sir David. I love that. That's neat. And thank you, Nordic Gale. Hey, I'll see you around. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Crusto's lichen. Nice. There's that plant again. Some more plant species. Blakea attenboroughi. Lepanthes attenboroughi. There's the NHM with their Attenborough specimens. We watched that video. And the wasp. Yep. Attenborough Labs. Yeah. Anyway, I'll let me follow this thread properly. Let's see. An entire planet, albeit a minor one. 2403 Attenborough. That's super cool to have a whole planet named after you. That's pretty darn cool. Attenborough Laboratories at Keele University. Several meeting rooms in the BBC Television Centre. A placoderm fish. Awesome. This is related to Dunkleosteus. That's another famous placoderm. An Australian gecko here. Odura attenboroughi. Goodness. Ghost shrimp from Madagascar. A mealybug from India and China. A flowering plant endemic to Ecuador. A goblin spider from Australia. An extinct lovebird from the Pliocene of South Africa. Another small goblin spider from Australia. An Amazonian songbird. A fossil groundhopper found preserved in amber. So many different species named after Attenborough. It's impressive, you know? Yeah. And the ship, Charlie's Dragon, which... Oh, goodness. Many people on the internet were not happy about this. Some of you already know the saga. Yeah.
Construction begins this morning on a $200 million...
Oh, goodness. This guy? No, thanks. Sorry. Don't want to hear him talk. Here we go.
It may have started off as a joke, but one man's silly suggestion for a ship's name has picked up a lot of steam. Have you heard about this?
I have. I think it's hysterical. The Natural Environment Research Council asked the public to help name the UK's newest $300 million research ship. Leading in the vote so far.
We're supposed to be talking about somebody that everyone admires, not someone who is universally reviled and yet still somehow all over TV. Like, that guy can go take a long walk off a short live volcano observation platform.
Bodie McBoatface.
Where does that come from?
He says he's being humorous about it. The name, though, Michelle, so popular, people voting for it have crashed the website. I went on to try to see if you could vote for other names. It just crashed it completely. It also has 10 times as many votes as the suggestion to name the boat after a British Army officer and explorer who died recently trying to cross Antarctica. The man behind Bodie McBoatface says that he's sorry for all the fuss, but also thinks it's a brilliant name, and he's still rooting for it. I went on his Twitter account just to look and see if he was saying anything. He's like, I'm just trying to remain quiet. I can't believe this has blown up into such a big deal.
So that name Bodie McBoatface. Didn't win out. I mean, it won the official vote. But they ended up not going with it. Never underestimate the public capacity for goofiness, says Claire Burr. That's wise. Yeah.
Ask the internet to name a boat, especially an expensive, important research vessel, and apparently they will try to name it Bodie McBoatface. Unfortunately, in the end, that will not be the ship's official name. But the boat received a lot of publicity and will still be doing some pretty important science in the polar oceans. If you've been around the internet lately, you've probably heard of Old Bodie. The National Environment Research Council in the UK needed a name for a new research vessel, so they decided to set up an online poll back in March, and the public submitted and voted on their favorite names. The winning name, with more than 3 times the votes as the runner-up, was Bodie McBoatface. And in a disappointing move for Bodie fans everywhere, the council decided to give the ship a more prestigious name. They're going with the 4th most popular name from the poll and calling it the RRS Sir David Attenborough.
Which, I mean, this was really smart. No one can be upset that you've named it after David Attenborough because he is such a universally beloved figure. Well, no, and actually I take that back. There's probably a lot of people who hate David Attenborough, and they're mostly people who would love to continue profiting from destroying the planet. So, like, anyway, they don't matter, though. Among people who matter, you can't argue with this decision. You know? Like, this is the safe decision to make.
After the British naturalist. He actually just turned 90 2 days after the boat's name was announced, and a royal research vessel named after him isn't a half-bad birthday present. The Attenborough is still being built, and the plans are to have it set sail in 2019. When it's ready, the boat will be used for research in both Arctic and Antarctic waters, where scientists will primarily study the effects of climate change on the oceans. The 128-meter-long ship will be designed to break through sea ice, which it'll need to be able to do because a lot of the ocean so close to the poles is frozen. Researchers will be using the Attenborough to monitor things like the saltiness and temperature of the water at different locations and depths. The ship will even have onboard drones, which will help study the atmosphere above the ice.
And Riddle Freeve says, name the tugboat Bodie McBoatface. Even better. I think he's about to mention it here.
And it'll also have remotely operated submarines that will be used to collect samples of ice, seawater, and sediment. And one of those submarines will be called Bodie McBoatface, in tribute to all of the loyal internet fans. In the words of Joe Johnson, the UK science minister, they are ensuring that the Bodie name lives on. The Attenborough is going to be a pretty advanced research ship, but it's still a pretty normal thing for humans to build. Building a mountain is much...
Yeah, anyway, I'll give you this link to this here.
Bodie McBoatface, Britain's...
I love that. It's said in all seriousness. Yes, this important scientific vessel, Bodie McBoatface, is on an important journey. And hang on a second. Blurry Gill, thank you for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I'm not sure I recognize that name. How was your stream? I hope it was really good, and of course our alert box is stuck. Hang on a second here. Let me refresh that cache. Okay. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're talking about... Well, we're talking about a lot of stuff right now. But we're talking about the 100th birthday of David Attenborough. Talking about his ongoing legacy, the importance of communicating ideas about natural history to the general public, which is what I try to do here on this channel. Anyway, welcome. It's great to have you here. Thanks for raiding in. Welcome, welcome, Blurry Gill and Raiders. Here's a quick little channel trailer to introduce you to what we're all about here on Paleontologizing, if you were curious. I'll be right back.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing.
It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea?
And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you again, Blurry Gill, for the follow as well, and for the raid. Good to have you here. Let me know if you've got any questions.
Oh, what time, oh, what fun.
Thank you, Hugan, for the 100 bits.
If we have time today, can we talk about what is exactly different between Tyrannosaurus rex and Tyrannosaurus micraeus?
That's an excellent question, Hugan. I don't think we'll have time today, actually. Maybe ask me tomorrow. But, let me just say right off the bat, I've talked with several Tyrannosaur researchers who are like, I don't think they are different. So, all the things that seemingly make Tyrannosaurus micraeus distinct, all these like morphological, I don't know, so-called, they're purported to be autapomorphies, they might actually just fall within the range of variation in Tyrannosaurus that we have already. In Tyrannosaurus rex.
My 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for the 54 months of support at Tier 3, no less.
Update on the elasmosaurid fossil found near Richmond, Queensland. They have part of the upper jaw now.
Oh, very nice.
They have also found an ichthyosaurid fossil intermixed near the skull area, and
very
several
cool.
fish bones and other marine reptile teeth in the area as well. We even have gastroliths from the elasmosaurid.
And that's not common to find gastroliths with an elasmosaurid. That's super, super cool, Dinosaur Dave. That is super cool. And wait, an ichthyosaur with an elasmosaur? I thought ichthyosaurs were extinct by the time that elasmosaurs evolved. Am I wrong about that? I thought elasmosaurids are too late in the Cretaceous. Yeah, so these guys... Okay, yeah, shoot. Okay, they're already there by the early Cretaceous. I think of them as later Cretaceous critters. But yeah, we're already there in the Hoderivian. Huh. Cool. That's important. That's really cool. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for the update. Appreciate that. I hope they get that published sometime soon. I'd love to cover that. Get them on the paper. Yeah. Neat. Anyway, Elasmosauridae is a group of very long-necked plesiosaurs. And, they're not close relatives, as I understand it, of some of the earlier long-necked plesiosaurs, like Attenboroughsaurus, named after famed naturalist and universally beloved figure by scientists around the world, David Attenborough. We were just talking about the, well, here. Before this raid, we were just talking about this. Okay, here, unpleasant content warning. Here's Morgan. Ugh.
Named after Sir David Attenborough, who joins us live from Birkenhead, where he's about to lay the centre beam, which is To bring good luck to the ship and its crew. So David Attenborough, it's absolutely lovely to see you this morning. This laying of the keel ceremony is a very important one for you to be attending, isn't it?
Yes, it's a marvellous occasion. I mean, I've sailed on Bass ships before and been on Bass stations down in the Antarctic, so I know what sort of thing that ship's going to go through. So it's very touching, and I'm very flattered to be asked to lay the keel.
Yeah.
Now, does a little part of you, Sir David, actually...
Don't you think it should have been called Bodie McBoatface?
Well, I leave that to others, but the name actually is going to be preserved on one of the submersibles, which actually going to be operating from this the research ship when it's built.
So we've got that right here.
Boatface, Britain's most famous robot submarine.
I'm sorry, what was that name again?
Boaty McBoatface.
Come again?
Boaty McBoatface.
One more time?
Boaty McBoatface, Britain's most famous robot submarine, has returned to shore after 2 months exploring the deep ocean. Scientists hope the data gathered by the craft will help us learn more about the pace of climate change. Our climate and science reporter, Georgina Renaud, has more.
With only birds for company, Boaty McBoatface is on the longest journey of its life, from chilly Iceland to the shores of Scotland. But as it dives thousands of meters, someone is keeping an eye on this little robot.
We can be at home having a cup of tea on the internet, and we can send it a message via satellite while it's out 300 miles to sea and tell it what to do.
From mission control at the National Oceanography Centre in Southampton, Rob Templeton and team track Boaty's every move. The robots are their pride and joy. They look after a fleet of 6, all with the same name, voted for.
Wait, there's 6 of them all with the same name? Bodie's McBoatface, you might say. Like Surgeons General? We have several Bodies McBoatface here.
By the public. They're built to go where humans can't.
The advantage of Boaty is really the endurance and the ability to carry lots of sensors and stay out at sea for 50 days at a time. Can go and extend the reach of the scientists. We've sent ALR-1 underneath the ice sheet about 40 kilometres where you couldn't go with a ship.
And it's here inside the machines' bellies where the team install instruments, turning Boaty into a mobile underwater lab.
Those robots are part of a huge British science project to understand this, phytoplankton. This sample came from the water down there, and it's teeming with microscopic life. Scientists need to understand marine life better to predict climate change. The robots can do some of the work, but to find out the rest, scientists need to go to sea themselves.
Steph Henson invited us aboard the James Cook as it prepared to sail to Iceland. Scientists will live and work on here for weeks for a project called Biocarbon.
This is a working vessel. There's no swimming pool, there's no bar and entertainment and all that kind of thing.
This expedition wants to uncover what happens when animals eat phytoplankton, creating something called marine snow.
This is actually sediment taken from close to the bottom of the ocean in a sediment trap. This contains a lot of carbon, and believe it or not, it's this falling onto the seafloor as marine snow that keeps our atmospheric carbon dioxide levels about 50% lower than they would otherwise be. It's made up of tiny little particles of organic carbon and quite a lot of poo, actually.
So, and she's not wrong about that, that's where oil comes from. From marine snow in the ancient past that settled down on the ocean bottom and then was compacted over time into this really carbon-rich slurry, which then gets compressed under overlying sediment into petroleum. And then when we as human beings go to drill for that oil, bring it up to the surface and burn it, we're taking all of that carbon that has been settled down there over millions, hundreds of millions of years in some cases, and we're pumping it up into the atmosphere to change the climate. That make sense?
In the ocean, that marine snow is keeping our planet cooler, but life here is still mysterious. Understanding it should help scientists make more accurate predictions about our warming world. And now they've got a head start. Approaching Scotland after 55 days at sea, Boaty comes home with plenty of secrets to reveal about the ocean depths. Georgina Ranard, BBC News, Southampton.
Nice.
And Georgina told me more about what's next for the mission.
Turns out he was out there, or it was out there doing all this amazing science. He was turned into a mobile science lab, diving down to 6,000 meters of depth. And
if the situation called for still more protection, he
Thank
simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
Thank you for the follow. Oh, goodness, I don't want to think about that, but I appreciate you clicking the follow button, and welcome to Paleontologizing.
collecting the scientific data. The boatie is back now. The engineers told me this morning it's a bit slimy. They're having to wash out parts of the ocean from the body of the submarine. But what they're doing is downloading all of that scientific data that boatie was collecting for those 2 months at sea. Because what scientists really want to understand, the scientists at Southampton at the National Oceanography Centre, is just how the oceans are storing carbon, how this marine snow, these particles that sink down to the depths of the ocean, what they're doing in capturing carbon and keeping our planet cooler. The first part of the mission is over. Some scientists went to sea in Iceland alongside boatie, but they will actually be going again in autumn, and they want to compare the results they collected in the spring in this very productive part of the ocean in Iceland to what's happening in winter. And they're doing that in order to capture the marine life, this carbon cycle. And once they've got that information, which will take months to gather and analyze, they will feed that back into climate models. And that should help us better predict the pace of climate change. And also, they say, make better decisions about how our planet is going to warm and how we might be able to protect the oceans, stop warming temperatures affecting the oceans, so that we can figure out the best way to move forward with this growing problem.
There we go. Good stuff. Oh, and that reminds me. Where did that go? So the submersible vessels, the submersible ROVs, essentially, were named Boaty McBoatface. Well, the research vessel ended up being named after David Attenborough. Fair, I think. There's a similar thing going on here in the Bay Area. I sent this link to Lordy at some point. But there is a new electric San Francisco Bay ferry. And they're asking the public to name it. The San Francisco Chronicle here. What should we name the new San Francisco Bay ferries? They're adding 5 new vessels in the next 3 years. I take these when I can into San Francisco because it's really nice to be able to take a boat across, see all kinds of cool critters, and it's just really nice. But apparently they've stopped taking submissions there, and now they have ones that you can vote on. Name the next 5 San Francisco Bay ferries. Vote for up to 5 names in the list below. And I already submitted this, so I can't do it. And they've stopped taking submissions. Okay. Making an announcement soon. But they did mention Boaty McBoatface in this. And I don't think that's one of the possibilities. And are they part of BART? So no, they're part of the San Francisco Bay Ferry Service. You can still use your Clipper card to get on them, but it's not part of the Bay Area Rapid Transit District. It'd be cool if we named it David Attenborough. Yeah. guess they didn't do a video about this, huh? But if you're ever visiting the San Francisco Bay Area, or if you live here and you've never gone on the ferry, you should totally check it out. It is, in many ways, I think, the best way to cross the bay. It is just lovely. So here's one of them leaving the ferry terminal in San Francisco. It's just really nice. Sometimes I walk from where I live down to the ferry terminal. I think it's about 5 or 6 miles. And I'll do this at I'll leave at 6 in the morning. So I leave before the sun comes up during certain parts of the year. And then I walk to the ferry terminal and then take the ferry into the city, go hang out there for the morning. And it's kind of magical. And then I'll just take the train back and it's a lot faster. A lot less walking. But yeah. I don't think David Attenborough was one of the potential names, but that would have been funny. Yeah. Anywho. And it's just to people, yeah, no cars, Clipper. Just passenger ferry. Yeah. And it would have been a different one going to Alcatraz, Avocado. Yeah. Anywho. Oh, and Charlie's Dragons says, are ferries part of the mythological public transport in the U.S.? Because I'm here in Norway, it's normal in the fjords and islands. It is one of these things that, it's an important part of Bay Area transit. We've got the ferry boats, we've got buses, we've got light rail systems and streetcars and... Shoot, is that the end of the list? Anyway, we don't have very robust public transit in the U.S. It's actually, kind of despicable what happened. And here, if you want to get into that for a second, we can. We used to have some of the most robust public transit anywhere in the world until, well, it was a conspiracy to dismantle it. A real-life conspiracy. Here. Let's see. There's no transcript. I can't just search it real quick. But anyway, there used to be these streetcars and trains that went all throughout the Bay Area. You used to be able to take a streetcar or a train like this from Santa Cruz, California, up through San Francisco, across San Francisco Bay, up, I think, through Sacramento and all the way up to Chico. So, you used to be able to take this halfway up California, essentially. And they got rid of these just before World War II started for the U.S. It was like a few weeks before Pearl Harbor, a cabal of companies got together and decided to dismantle these to try and sell people more cars, more gasoline, more tires.
Northern, like the Key System, Southern Pacific, Northwestern Pacific, the Peninsula Railway's Blossom Line in San Jose, and the almost forgotten 40 line, which ran from San Francisco to San Mateo, all did more than just carry passengers. They gave life to the cities and towns they served.
Yep.
When the trains died, a little bit of life also oozed from those cities and towns.
The presence of a rail system and a trolley bus system in downtown San Francisco.
I wish we had closed captions for this because this is so important.
Kept the downtown vital. There's a real lesson here. The lesson is that when you put a transportation system in place that is fairly immovable, it's not, you don't go down and tear the tracks up every 5 minutes. You don't move things around. The trolley bus wires are there. The same bus.
This is part of that sandwich is yes. No, it totally is.
You build a sense of permanence into your urbanized, in your downtown area. You know, the streetcar is going to stop in front of the Emporium. You know.
And hang on a second. ArcGod, sorry, we're not talking about paleontology specifically at the moment, but welcome to Paleontologizing, and it's good to have you here. We will get into some more natural history stuff in a minute, but we were talking about David Attenborough and natural history, and then we got to talking about Bodie McBoatface, that whole saga, and then we got to talking about public transit, and now here we are.
That the 30 stops
tangent, but we'll
stop in front of
go
Macy's.
back to the science in just a minute.
The real estate community can make some investments in a downtown because it knows that the transportation system is not going to be gone the next day. Okay. What happened in Oakland, of course, is with the one-way streets and all of these other patterns and changes and the conversion to buses, the transit routes could be moved around and they could disappear.
Yep.
It was very hard to make an investment decision in downtown Oakland based on parking lots. I mean, what kind of downtown is that?
San Francisco.
So yeah, that's a really good point. But yeah, the whole key system like that, this system of streetcars and trains that was kind of the lifeblood of the Bay Area, when this, like, we almost got to have this, you know? Like, if they just been a few weeks in delaying getting rid of all the, like, tearing the tracks out of the ground, we would still have this to this day, you know? It's such a shame.
There's not much left today, but in 1903 it was considerably more substantial. Though it would operate under a series of different names over the next 20 years, this was the birth of the Key system. The first train rolled out to meet a connecting ferry boat in October of 1903. The Trans-Bay hookup was 20 minutes shorter than the Southern Pacific run.
All right, this is getting to the clip that I was
1903 commuters decided the Key was the way to go. For the first time, the Southern Pacific had serious transit competition.
So this is what allowed the Bay Area to grow.
Pier, rebuilt in 1916, probably.
So like people being able to live outside of San Francisco and commute in to work every day, this is what allowed the Bay Area to become like a major population hub.
Reached its peak in 1924 when 800 trains a day brought passengers to the ferry boats. But the competition that resulted gave the Bay Area an excellent interurban transit system. Southern Pacific and the Key system often ran down the same street on their own lines with a third Key system local train on a third set of tracks, all on the same route. Southern Pacific stood up to the competition admirably. By 1911,
private companies
SP
too,
electrified all its interurban cars and introduced the brand new
has its
and
pluses
aptly
and
named
minuses for it
Big
to be
Red
privately
cars.
owned.
However, Southern Pacific was a giant conglomerate and the Key system a privately owned company. But the Key
There's the Claremont Hotel
in fact
in
flourished.
Berkeley.
But eventually, like all the others that crisscrossed Northern California and the Bay Area, it disappeared.
Yeah. Oh boy. They used to run on the lower deck of the Bay Bridge.
It was gone, but it died a slow, gradual death. The opening of the Golden Gate and Bay Bridges and the love affair with the automobile led to the demise of the ferries first and then the trains, despite the important role the Key system was playing on the Bay Bridge route. The transit loss, in light of today's needs, was nothing less than tragic.
Yep.
We had a cheap, efficient, practically pollution-free transit system, the nucleus of what could have been the best and most extensive in the world.
Frustrating thing, I suppose, looking back, is that if we had put some public money, a modest amount of public money, into the Key system, the trains on the bridge, the local streetcar lines, built some trolley bus lines, we would have had a terrific transit system. And maybe some of these neighborhoods in Oakland that have since deteriorated or have become industrialized or something, may have stayed as commuter neighborhoods because it would have been worthwhile to live in those neighborhoods and commute to San Francisco or commute to downtown Oakland.
The Key system lasted until 1958, but in 1939, both the Key and Southern Pacific began to reduce service. But it was also the year the Key began running trains on the Bay Bridge. It also marked a critical time for repair and upgrading on other existing Key lines. Well, they weren't repaired, but if they had been, it's doubtful we would have ever needed BART today.
Yeah.
Even after the trains go on the Bay Bridge, we see the thing in decline. And the issue really is, if you look at it from an economic and political situation, the issue is, should decisions have been made in the 1940s to take what was there, which was obviously in decline, and rebuild it and modernize it, because we all know it's an awful lot easier to fix something that's there than to build something brand new.
Scratch, yeah.
Okay. There was enough there in 1945 that with modern equipment, both on the streetcar lines and on the Trans-Bay lines, that system could have been modernized for far less than what it cost to buy AC, to create AC transit 15 years later. Obviously,
I mean, we would have high-speed rail today, in California today, if this hadn't happened in mid-century. If this stuff hadn't started, you know, like some of it was in decline, but then there was an active effort to kill it, you know, which I think he'll talk about in a minute.
more than it cost ever to build BART.
Some of these streetcar lines still exist in San Francisco, and people ride them all the time, and they're very successful. I've walked down so many of these streets in the
The
East
two
Bay,
bridges
too.
were open, the trains needed upgrading, but something else happened to speed the demise of the Bay Area's interurban system.
So it didn't just die off, it was murdered.
What happened was illegal, and the giant American corporations involved were all found guilty by a jury in a federal court of law.
In 1949, General Motors, Standard Oil, Mack Truck, National City Bus Lines, Phillips Petroleum, and others were all found guilty of violating the Sherman Antitrust Act. They systematically dismantled rail service all across the country and replaced the rails with buses. For this, they were fined $5,000 each, hardly enough to throw any of the involved corporations into receivership.
These are like centimillionaire companies, and like $5,000 fine each. Nothing. Nothing. You know?
Some rail systems disappeared literally overnight to be replaced by autos and buses. Buses which were built by General Motors and Mack, fueled by Chevron and Phillips, and rolling on tires built by Firestone. Solely at the pursuit of profit, at the expense of the common good, these corporations proceeded to bury a transit system that was indeed sick, but it was far from dead. A man by the name of Roy Fitzgerald was the front used by General Motors to carry out what was to be a fatal assault on the country's mass transit system. In 1933, Fitzgerald and his brother ran a small bus line in Kentucky. By 1936, Fitzgerald was the chief operative of National City Lines. It would have been a public relations blunder for General Motors to go out and buy up the existing rail lines.
This is literally like part of the plot for Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Not kidding.
And replaced them with their own buses. So in effect, they hired Fitzgerald to do it for them. And for his efforts, he was given a bus company. National City Lines, with money loaned from GM, would buy the rail lines, tear up the track, tear down the overhead wires, and as night turned into day, buses had replaced the electric cars. So complete was the corporate arrogance of the companies involved that their agreements with National City Lines stipulated, of course, that all buses, tires, and fuel be purchased only from the conspirators, but also that never, which I estimate to be a long time, never could any new transit system buy any kind of streetcar that didn't run on gasoline.
So again, a totally illegal conspiracy of like huge companies. They got together and they're like, yeah, we're going to take this transit system that is beloved in this region. We're going to buy it. We're going to tear it out and we're going to put our own things in there. You know, big, noisy, smelly, polluting buses. And we're going to ruin so many of these neighborhoods, and like all for the pursuit of profit, you know? Again, here's a link to that. And they got away with it. Absolutely, Ocean. Yeah. Yeah. Well, because that's... Not to be too cynical about this, but like, that is the official national religion of the United States, is the almighty dollar, you know? In profits we trust, you know? Like, it just... Don't get me started, you know? Oh, and thank you, Claire. I appreciate that. Thank you, Zach Schaap. This is brilliant. I'm going to save this for afterward. Thank you, Zach Schaap. Thank you kindly. Anyway, back to the topic at hand, and much brighter, cheerier things. David Attenborough, 100 years old. This is hashtag the moment David Attenborough turned 100. There is the Titanosaur, Patagotitan in the background.
I had rather thought that I would celebrate my 100th birthday quietly, but it seems that many of you have had other ideas.
We often talk of saving the planet, but the truth is that we must do these things.
Yes. But it seems that many of you have had other ideas.
And this is one of the last places where this rarest of the Mediterranean mammals can find safety.
The world has to get...
Are they still around? Mediterranean, that's a Mediterranean monk seal, right? Are they, I hope they're not extinct. Ooh, they're still around, but as of 2015, it's estimated there are fewer than 700 individuals that survive in 3 or 4 isolated subpopulations. Thank you, Claire, for posting the link. I was just mentioning
that. The Mediterranean mammals can last places where this rarest of the Mediterranean mammals can find safety.
The world has to get together. We are living in a new era in which nationalism is simply not enough.
It's not rocket science. And if we can solve rocket science, for heaven's sake, we ought to be able to work out how to get rid of plastic.
The message is that the natural world has more resources than we can possibly imagine.
Thank you, Gravity.
Beautiful trees and ancient trees, 1,000-year-old trees, and a whole community based about them.
But I would like to thank you all most sincerely for your kind messages.
We often talk of saving the planet, but the truth is that we must do these things to save ourselves. True.
But I would like to thank you all most sincerely for your kind messages.
Now, he says he loves all animals except for one, rats. And that stems from a stay he had once in the Solomon Islands. During a storm, he was lying in bed in the dark, and he felt something move. Turned out it was a rat at his feet. So pretty understandable. He also said if he could pick any animal to be for just a day, it would be the sloth, although his lifestyle has been anything like a sloth.
Yeah, very active guy. That's perfect. I want to see if I can find that clip real quick. I wonder if it exists on YouTube. Mediterranean monk seal. I'm not seeing it. But I want to share a particular Attenborough clip with you. I shared this on Blue Sky the other day on his birthday. This is my favorite Attenborough clip ever. It really speaks to me. And of course, it features one of my very favorite critters, something that an animal that I've been infatuated with for the past year. Here, I'll just show you. And so you can tell right here, this is not something that you can plan for. You can't schedule this out. You don't know when the leatherbacks are going to show up and start digging nests and laying their eggs. He must have gotten woken up in the middle of the night. Somebody let him know, hey, there's a leatherback here on the beach. Come out here right now and let's film this. Get your guys, set up those cameras and microphones, set up the lights. Let's do this. You know, we've got like less than an hour here. And so they rush down to the beach, and you can tell that this is not scripted. I think that's part of why this really speaks to me, is that this is what I do to make my living as well. It's all improv. He knows enough about this animal to be able to rattle off a few facts, but not very much was known about leatherbacks at the time, so he's kind of dealing with very limited information to start with. And then I want you to watch as this is happening. He's a little bit overwhelmed being next to this creature. I think that he is probably in the course of his stay here in Malaysia, he'd seen evidence of nest poaching of these animals. He knew that they were probably in decline. People are stealing their eggs. He'd probably seen that all over the place, and he's probably horrified by it. And now here he is confronted with this animal, and he's just a little overwhelmed and astonished and kind of in love with this creature. And listen to what he says here. And Nutson says it's funny that he isn't spooking it. So after they start to actually lay their eggs, when they're done digging the nest chamber out, and they actually start to deposit the eggs, they go into a kind of trance, almost, where, like, they're so heavily concentrating on laying those eggs, and there's so many hormones coursing through their bodies that they just zone out. Like, you can poke them and prod them and take blood samples and apply tags and stuff. This is hopefully what I'll be doing in Florida next week. I'll be helping out a crew doing this, rather. She is just zoned out. She's in a trance, essentially. Yep. Yep. So again, this wasn't really that well understood at the time. They don't eat urchins or fish, really. They almost entirely eat jellyfish, sea jellies, tunicates, salps, gelatinous zooplankton. Fish and urchins aren't really part of their diet. Yep. And you can just hear that in his voice. You see it in... Here he is with this animal, and he wants people to know about it. He wants people to protect it. He's kind of pleading with the audience, you know? And almost... Well, here, listen to what he says next, too. He's almost pleading with the world. He's like, maybe these creatures can find some place away from the snatching hands of man. Listen to what he says here. He's like, I hope. And this is how they end the episode here. This was, I think it premiered in 1984. Here's a link to that clip right there. And Attenborough was correct to be worried about these creatures, because it was just a couple decades after that premiered that the Malaysian leatherback, they were all gone. People had stolen enough of their eggs to just completely extirpate them. There are no more leatherback turtles in Malaysia. They're functionally extirpated, locally extinct in that area. That was, we think, the largest nesting population of leatherbacks in the world, and they were completely wiped out. And it's nuts when you think about that, because this was a treasured animal in Malaysia. It was one of their national animals. Like, people wrote books about them and crafted songs, and there was a tourist industry around these creatures. People would go to see them nesting on the beaches, and then people would throw these big, noisy, bright beach parties there that would scare away the female turtles, so they wouldn't even come up and nest on the beaches. That's probably part of why they ended up disappearing. But also people just stealing their eggs. That's the primary thing. Also, these turtles being caught in fishing nets and things. They're just pressed from all sides like that. And that population wiped out. Ultimately, that's how you kill a species. We are very lucky that there are other nesting colonies of these animals. There are other places in the world where leatherbacks come up on the beaches to lay their eggs. But unfortunately, those seem to be mostly in areas that are reachable by people. There are no tiny magical coral atolls way out in the middle of the Pacific or the Atlantic where these creatures lay their eggs. It's mostly along coastlines of the continents where people can get to them. That's my favorite Attenborough clip, because a little bit of that almost professional detachment that he's so good at, that makes him such a world-class presenter, some of that slips just a little bit. And his humanity comes to the fore like that. You feel it with him. I don't know if anybody does that better than Attenborough. Being so professional and just having a little bit of that joy and wonder peek through too at key moments. I don't even know if it's intentional. I think it's just genuinely who he is.
Hey, a dinosaur!
And Daddy Shred, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I think with that, we'll wrap up our broadcast. I've got some more emails to send out for this upcoming trip to Florida, where if everything goes according to plan, I'll be working with leatherback turtles. Cannot wait. And I'll be giving you more details about that as it arises. As those details arise, rather. But, yeah. Thanks for being here today, everybody. And don't go away just yet. We're going to go right into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch, if at all possible. Let's put an Archaeopteryx under our credits. A critter that Attenborough's talked about many times in his various documentaries. Who else is here on Twitch right now doing some science? Let's have a look. Let's see here. Science Streams is on. Looks like Balint's doing an interview right now. Casey Snowart is doing a special event. What is this? A subathon for an IRL gig. Sign me up. We're gonna read into Casey Snowart. And Daddy Shred, hey, thank you for the kind words. Really appreciate that. You'll really like Casey Snowart too, Daddy Shred. But welcome to Paleontologizing. You haven't seen anything yet. Shoot. Wait till we're out there in the field digging up dinosaurs. Live on stream. Anyway, thank you to everybody showing up in our credits, from new followers and raiders. Thanks for coming in here. Thank you for your attention, your time, your questions, everything else. Thanks for hanging out with me. You know, the internet is a really big place. I'm honored that you would spend some of your time here with me. Thank you to the subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers, the people who make these streams possible through their financial support. I appreciate that more than you know. And again, it's a tremendous honor to be able to do this full time. That's only because of your generosity, and I am deeply grateful. And thank you also to the moderators who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody, regardless of their level of expertise, regardless of their background, regardless of whatever. Science should be for everybody. And Mods, thank you for
one sub to Daddy Shred. They have given 491 gift subs in the channel.
I appreciate that, Mark Melvin. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mods. And let's go right into one of our mods, Casey Snowart, who herself